Alrighty, can you hear me?
Yes, 1, 2.
Seems loud and clear. Can you talk back to me?
Check. Yeah, sounds good.
Yep, I can hear you, and
I'll
you
get it down.
sound good. I'm at about half, 3/4 volume.
Yeah, just leave it there. That's great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
We had some technical difficulties, but I believe we've worked past those and looking forward to a good meeting. So if everyone could find their seats, we'll get started momentarily. Might as well wait till 9:30 even.
No, it's not.
Good morning, Joseph. If it's okay, could we, before we get too far in the game rolling, can we just announce, make sure your voting device is powered on, check the link, or press link to make sure you're on channel 2, channel 9. If not, please return to this sign in.
Do you have a live watcher?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you guys will just give us just a couple minutes.
Yeah,
All right, sure.
definitely.
Thank you. Gotta go.
Keep the F-bombs in check.
Where did you go?
Cookie?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
You know you guys remind me of right now? Movie. You know what scene I'm talking about? Where they're in that little town. He like shows up in the same outfit as them.
We're up to 92 clickers.
I know the movie, I just...
Okay.
These are button activated? There's no button, that's what I said. What happened to the buttons? They're over there, those ones. That's why I said you're hot all the time.
Yeah.
They're gated. What you're speaking into. Did you have a good trip in? Yeah, man, it was a good trip. It's the last leg. I got, God, I've been going since, actually, really since the end of December. So this is, after this, I'm taking 10 days off. Yeah, I was back east for a while. I gotta wear glasses all the time. I keep my work back today.
I think I'll get to go to that gourd dance today.
I didn't realize how
Nighttime. I think they're going until 8.
I put glasses on and then I went to take them off.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I was like, oh my God, I can't see anything. I see good.
Okay, it is now 9:30. We're going to go ahead and call the special general council meeting to order. And at this time, I've asked my Aunt Susie to lead us in invocation. So if somebody could get a mic to her, I would appreciate that. We would appreciate that.
Dear Father in heaven, I just thank you for this meeting that we're having today. I pray for wisdom, Father. I pray for an understanding for all the members. Give wisdom as they vote, Father. May we all realize that we are your children. Give us understanding and respect. And Father, may these amendments be wise amendments that we choose. And bless each one that's here. And Father, I pray that you would bless us all as we go back on our trips. Thank you for keeping us safe. I pray again for this meeting and for wisdom for each one. Thank you, dear Father. Amen.
Amen. Gonna gay. So now at this time, we're dropping down to a declaration of quorum.
Quorum declared.
All right, we have a quorum. Next up is our chairman's report. And so I'd like to welcome everyone. Hawaii O-Gah-Pah Zani. Welcome all of our Quapaw people to the Quapaw Nation Special General Council. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the hands that contributed to today's event. The election committee, the IT department, the downstream staff, the education department, enrollment, family services, of course the Constitution Committee, HR, and if I missed any other departments, my sincerest apologies for overlooking you. Oh, and our marshals in the back, thank you for being here. And special thanks to Joey Giveswater for smoking us all off this morning, as well as his helpers, Bladen Stan and Steve Owens. So the purpose of this meeting today is to discuss and vote on proposed ballot measures to our governing resolution to be voted on at a later date. And to assist us in this process, we have our team of attorneys here whose function is to guide us through our laws and amendments to these laws. We also have a parliamentarian present to assist you, the General Counsel, in today's meeting. We also have the Constitution Committee members whose role is to present the amendment language, and the Election Committee whose role is to facilitate the votes on these language amendments. The resolutions to accomplish this purpose are the action items of the agenda. And so before we go any further, I think I'd like to turn it over to the Election Committee to do a test question to ensure that the clickers are functioning before we go any further.
Hawaii, and welcome everyone to the meeting, as Joseph just mentioned. First and foremost, I just want to make sure everybody has a voting device with them. When you signed in, did everybody receive a voting device? Okay, perfect. So in the bottom right corner, if you could just make sure if your device is not turned on, if you'll press the power button, please. If the voting device is on, in the left corner, you'll see the word link. If you could press the word link, we want to make sure that you are on channel 2 or channel 9. If you are not on channel 2 or channel 9, you will need to return to the registration desk and exchange your voting device. Once we determine that, then we'll move to a testing question. And it will be 1 yes, 2 no, 3 abstain. So whatever you vote, press that number and then hit the word send. And it may take a moment, but you then should see it scroll across your screen that says received. If your voting device is ready, just please press 1, 2, or 3 and hit the word send for whichever vote that you are voting for.
All right, good to go.
If anyone needs help, please raise your hand and one of us will come around.
something needs to be said about it, I don't think it'd be good coming from you, Chairman. You want me to say something about like that?
All right, does anyone have any questions before I turn this back over to Joseph as far as the voting process? Gonna go. Thank you all. Joseph, go ahead.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Okay.
If Joseph, I know you've still got some items to cover to get started, that'll give you a second to just write a couple of sentences.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, 86 people.
So we good to go from here?
I think so, but I wonder how many people, how many clickers were out there. They got, all the clickers worked, but I'm sure that they.
Discussing today.
Yeah, she's looking at you. Good. Yeah, she's like.
Okay, thank you, Linda, and the rest of the election committee. So for today, just to recap what occurred in our October Special General Council, we left off with Amendment 8. And so if everyone would like to turn now to page 16 in their booklet today, we'll be picking up at Amendment 9. And so before we go forward with voting on the rest of these amendments, we need to adopt a resolution granting authority to the Constitution Committee to make non-substantive changes to these amendments, amendment proposals to address things such as grammar, punctuation, things of that nature. And so at this time, I'll recognize Roman, Chair of the Constitution Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For clarity, in the October meeting, the General Counsel has given authority to the Constitution Committee to make non-substantive edits to governing documents. We erred in not including ballot measure, which is not yet a governing document, but we still need to be able to make edits to these ballot measures before they go out for vote. So with that being said, Mr. Chair, our parliamentarian has advised us that when organizations adopt amendments to existing language or resolutions that are detailed and lengthy, it is helpful to also adopt a resolution that allows the staff to make grammatical changes such as punctuation, capitalization, and it's also needed to ensure consistency. Adopting this type of resolution avoids having to discuss and vote on such changes during the meeting. To be clear, this type of resolution does not give the committee and its agents permission to make any substantive changes, only grammatical changes. In keeping with this goal, I move that the committee and its agents be authorized to correct article and section designations, punctuation, and cross-references, and to make such other technical and non-substantive conforming changes in the governing resolution as may be necessary to reflect the intent of this body, and this is to include ballot measures coming forward. I need a second.
So you're making a motion?
I second.
So we have a motion to adopt such resolution, and then we have a second by Johnny Rogers. And do we have any discussion? In an effort to be timely, instead of going to our clickers, I'm going to put it back to the general counsel to see if we can accomplish this adoption by a voice vote. So at this time, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? I think the ayes have it there. So this resolution is adopted. And moving forward, I can kick it to Constitution Committee now. I was going to do that once Roman starts presenting. So that way it's still fresh. Okay. When do you want to say your piece? Do you feel more comfortable doing it now then? Okay. At this time, Secretary Treasurer has remarks.
So my understanding is a document has been distributed to multiple tribal members this morning by the Vice Chair of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee. Please note that document does not pertain to today's agenda. It is not relevant to the activities and participation called for in today's special general council. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So at this time, the Constitution Committee will now present the proposed amendment language.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of order really quick that we are actually on number 9. Number 8 was voted on at the last portion of this meeting. So picking up with number 9, by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend section 6A of the governing resolution to provide A, elections for the members of the Grievance Committee unless a vacancy is being filled shall take place at the Quapaw Indian Council meeting of the Quapaw Nation and shall be held by nominations and votes from the floor. 3 members will be elected in even number years and 2 members will be elected in odd number years. This is open for discussion.
Can we add on this that members of the grievance?
Whoever's speaking, could you state your name, please? Oh, yeah. Could you state your name, please?
This is Virginia Mouse. Can we add that the grievance committee members not be employed by any tribal entity of the Quapaw Nation? I feel that that is a conflict of interest if you're investigating things of fellow employees. Then you run into possible intimidation, possible retaliation. So if they are not employed by the Quapaw Nation in any form, it would be more fair in my opinion.
Before we go any further in the discussion, I'd like to set some rules for discussion and deliberation. 1, of course, be respectful to one another. 2, speak directly into the microphone, otherwise you will not be recognized, and state your name for the record. Folks that are on Zoom can participate in the discussion. However, no motions will be taken from Zoom without support or sponsorship from the floor. Members of the business committee are placed in the audience, so if someone does not want to take the microphone, they can speak on behalf of someone if they choose. And during the discussion on the amendment proposal, after a person speaks, they cannot speak again until after everyone has had an opportunity to participate in that discussion. So thank you.
Like this.
Let's put a pin in it. Let's hear the rest of the discussion. we're still in discussion, Virginia. I'm not ignoring you. I hear you.
Good morning. My name is Laura Rollins. I am currently serving on the Grievance Committee, and I would like to say at the beginning, I was under the assumption that being an employee of an entity gave more insight to the business, did give more insight to the operations of our tribe as a whole, but as of late, I do agree with Virginia in the fact that it does cause some worry in minds of employees in regards to filing grievances, in regards to job protection. Whether that should be the case or not, it should not. It should not have a factor. If we as a nation are voting in the best people for the job, the people that you trust, the Grievance Committee represents the people, and we hold the Business Committee accountable for actions. Now, can waters be muddied? Absolutely. And in my mind, I always thought that it was a fine place. But as of late, I can say with Virginia that it may not be. And so we might be taking a small part of power away from the people by putting in there that employees should not be on there. But if we want to protect our employees, protect our nation, that may be the best route to go. I in no way, shape, or form am advocating for myself or anyone else. I'm advocating for our future and the possibilities that could arise. And so without any bylaws for the current Grievance Committee, that is something that should be thought about because there are none at this moment. And it is scary, and it is a hard position to be in. That's why we as a nation have to vote the best people on there who we trust are going to do the job right. And so, an employee or not, we can limit ourselves. I wouldn't be mad either way because if we're doing what's right, it'll come out. It doesn't matter if we are doing what's right. But like I said, as of late, I'd be more than happy to support what Virginia said.
Thank you, Laura, for those comments. Any other discussion? We have somebody raising their hand in the back. Thank you, Austin.
While the microphone is making its way to the back there, I do want to point out that there are other potential changes coming forward that we are hoping to mitigate those dangers, right? With potentially creating an ethics commission. We might be setting ourselves up to say additionally that the ethics commission can't be employees, which, you know, makes sense also. But we are also seeking to remove the business committee from that supervisor layer of being on those boards, right? That's one of the things that we'll be talking about later also. So we do have some checks in place. They're not guaranteed though. So I want to point that out to say it's like it's possible that that's not necessary. It's necessary today, but it's possible that it won't be necessary once these amendments get voted on, right? So I just wanted to make statement to that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hallway. Linda Valier. I would like to say that I concur with Virginia Mouse's proposal on having the grievance committee having independent people on that board. I think it's absolutely necessary, especially in today's world and with our tribe today, that we have the separation of duties and the transparency for a non-conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Anybody else? Any discussion?
No member of the grievance shall be an employee of Quapaw Nation tribe.
Steve?
Steve Owens. I do respect and I see the point of not being employed, having to do with the conflict of interest. I also see, though, a word of caution, because if there is somebody that runs that's got a thick skin to stand up and stand up for the independence of the people, then that's something that we might think of before we just add the stipulation in there, because they could very well be employed with the tribe. I understand the fear and the intimidation tactics that may come, but if somebody's got a thick enough skin, maybe they can withstand that and then address that in the voting process and let us, the voters, see if they have a thick skin enough to not to be on the grievance committee. That's just my thoughts towards this amendment. Thank you.
Going through that right now.
Thank you, Steve.
Is it possible that we could consider a security measure rather than eliminating employees from all of our entities from being a trusted servant of our nation? Maybe there's something we could do in a way of protecting them rather than setting up a rule to deny opportunity. We don't have, there's so much that is not codified right now, and that's, in these next couple of pages, something that we're trying to do is to make those explicit.
Virginia Mouse again. Therein lies the problem again. If this is not put on the ballot and then you come down 4 or 5 sections later and that's nullified or removed, then you still don't have this any kind of protection for those people. And I don't feel that that's right. I don't feel that that's fair to our members. Again, just my opinion.
So if we do pass those measures, then they could employee they wouldn't directly, and it doesn't pass, somebody vote on like simple. Of course. If there's going to be a
But if we put it in here and then reconsider it later after we see some of these rules. Okay.
the grievance committee comes up with their own internal processes, usually if it involves a department.
I think that could be explored as the.
Can I say something though? Hello, Julia Peebushy.
Okay.
Can we table this? Why? Because we still have other ones that we need to amend.
We can reconsider this. I'm with you. I think that we can make the motion on making that amendment. And then once we see these other amendment measures, there might be something that makes a little more sense for us, and we could potentially come back to reconsider this option.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah, today or tomorrow. Okay, so with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the language to include Section B, which states, "No member of the grievance committee shall be an employee of the Quapaw Nation or its entities."
Okay. I'll accept your motion to include that Section B. Do I have a second? We have a second. Who was that? Virginia. Virginia second. Then we'll go into discussion. Everett?
This is Everett. Vandy, with that wording, I think that means, and I just want to clarify, that someone could be a tribal employee. At General Council, they could run for grievance committee, and then at such time they were elected, then they could resign, right? since it says shall.
Yes.
Is that an accurate, okay, thank you.
I didn't write the whole thing. Shall not be an employee.
Should we get explicit with that?
No, I think it basically covers it. It says shall be an employee of Quapaw. You have to resign if you got elected. Do you think?
Nobody should have to resign to take
Yeah,
a
that's right.
position. It's $400 stipend.
Maybe they were, the business thing has a policy right now.
It's terrible.
Any other discussion?
Is that, Roman, is
Jody?
that proper?
Jody Whitecrow. I feel that that kind of hampers our tribal members when we do that, because if they're willing to run for the grievance committee, then they're willing to face that scrutiny from the BC. And if that happens to them, they have a right to file a grievance against the BC for that. I don't think we should put ourselves in that position to hamper ourselves from having good individuals, even though we work for the tribe.
Thank you, Jody.
My name is Sonny Glass. I am a former grievance committee member. And I understand, Jody, I agree with you. We have people out here that is working for the tribe, for the nation, that could easily qualify to be on that grievance committee. That grievance committee is set up to be the watchdog of the business committee. So it's up to the people. If they wish to file a grievance, they would get it to the grievance committee. Grievance committee would go through the procedure of investigating before they have to call the chairman to have a meeting, and if it is not followed through, it goes to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. This has been done before. Now, I think we have members out here that could easily be in the grievance committee and, as you would say, take that heat.
Thank you, Sonny.
Adding that to this proposal, and then you have to do a vote again. You can't do it the other way because it marginalizes opposing views.
Yeah. Cuggy?
Okay. Is this on? I'm in favor of this amendment to the amendment that no member of the grievance committee should be an employee of Quapaw Nation. Can you hear me all right? I think this is one of the most important things that we could accomplish here today. In the past, I don't think it's worked. I don't think it'll work in the future. Right now, I'm on the grievance committee. We have two other people that are employees of the nation on the committee. This won't affect them. I think we've already got a determination that their terms will run out. And so it's not, you won't be kicking anybody off of the committee. You'll just be preventing employees from sitting on the grievance committee. I don't think it's really fair to put employees on there because it's so easy to imply that your livelihood may be jeopardized without saying it clear enough that you'd go file a grievance against someone. And to think that that can't happen is pretty naive. You should see some of the things that are happening now. So I think this is a good amendment, and I hope you will pass it. That's all I have to say.
But you have two opposing views. And so in order to give both views equal opportunity, you make a motion, and I would read it, say, to amend this language by adding, do that.
Okay.
And if that passes, say, okay, now we're going to vote on the language as a whole.
So I think because we've heard both sides, we have differing views. I think the proper process now would be to go ahead and call for a motion to adopt this language to include this section B, where it says, no member of the grievance committee shall be an employee of the nation or its entities. And just so everyone is on the same page, once we take a vote to adopt that language, we still need to take a vote to adopt the entire amendment. So that we're following the process here, and I'll entertain a motion to adopt that language.
Mr. Chair, make motion to adopt the aforementioned language.
We have a motion to adopt the provision language that includes the section B. A second?
I second.
Have a second. Any discussion? I think we're going to go ahead and try to do a voice vote. No? We have a BC member who's saying we should do it with the clickers. So we're going to go ahead and kick it to the election committee for that setup.
Begin voting, please.
I agree. Good call.
One minute remains. Has everyone cast their vote?
Is it the air or is it the doors? Because the doors are open.
It's the air, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The air just contacted me. I don't even remember. There's got to be somebody that could turn it down a notch.
I know, but I remember telling you.
I just have no idea because I didn't see any of it.
At this time, we have 105 people here that are registered and have received a clicker or voting device, so we are 15 short. If you would like to place that vote, please do so. Voting has ceased. The results are displayed.
Okay, we have the results for that language proposal. I'll turn it back over to you, Roman.
Mr. Chairman, I move. No, what am I doing? Okay, so that's stricken. Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the language by majority vote. Shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 6A of the governing resolution to provide elections of the members of the Grievance Committee unless a vacancy is being filled shall take place at the Quapaw Indian Council meeting of the Quapaw Nation and shall be held by nominations and votes from the floor. 3 members will be elected in even number years and 2 members will be elected in odd number years.
I accept your motion. Is there a second? Second by Everett. Any discussion? At this time, we're going to go to the clicker to adopt this language proposal for the amendment. Turn it over to the election committee.
Begin voting, please. Is that right? Amendment 9, Section 8. Oh, this one now? Yeah. No, because this is what he just read, didn't he? No, he read it.
Hey, guys, I want to let you vote again. I think that's why it won't say. Why didn't it get? Well, it's received right now. Mine superseded 2 different times, but I'm not sure that it's like really taking it or it's weird. I don't know. Got 84 votes on this.
Color you gonna wear tomorrow?
I'll see what I'll go shopping. Hey, if I have to work tonight, I may be here kind of dragging in, kind of late. Red eyes. I do red, yeah. I do red. I'll go get one. I got black and red. I got a black and red. I'll go get one while I have red. Yeah, I agree. It might supersede, yeah. They let you vote multiple times. I thought we were real. Be a QC on. You know what? These clickers though, I think we should be able to have voting on that. I think so too. I do not agree with these things. I thought they was rigged in the first place. Somebody clickers back in the back somewhere. Yes, I think some employees. Well, I mean, we could bring it.
Has everyone cast their vote that wants to vote in this question? Voting has ceased.
Okay, seeing the results, we have 83% in favor of adoption, 15% no, 1.2 abstention. So that measure is adopted. Turn it back over to you, Roman.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll up to 10 there, Johnny. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I proceed with this, I just want to make a couple of statements just regarding process and help and availability to our tribal members. We put out pens and paper in case you've got any questions or anything that you aren't comfortable bringing to the mic, that you're more than welcome to put it on a piece of paper. We have Vance Gilmore. Vance, will you put your hand up over here on the left, or find Rachel or Austin, and they'd be more than, oh, and Grace back on the back wall back there. If you have any questions or comments that you'd like to share, we'd be more than happy to share them for you if you're uncomfortable going to the mic. Also, up here sitting with us, we have Chad Smith is the attorney that the Constitution Committee has selected to help us along with our process. But for today, for you, we also have Renly Dennis and Austin Vance on the end of the table down there, and they're here for you. All right, they're here. They're helping us because we're asking all the questions, but they're also here for you in case you want to ask questions about process. If there's something that isn't jiving for you, if you want help formulating a motion or whatever, you're more than welcome to ask them or wave your hand, ask them to come over and help you out. So just want to let you guys know that you have that available, those two options available to you. Okay, moving on. Mr. Chair, I move to accept the language for number 10. By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council replace subsection B and add subsection C through E to section 6.1 to provide the grievance committee shall investigate all complaints of professional and personal misconduct regarding business committee members. C, the grievance committee may have access to information from all Quapaw Nation commissions, agencies, instrumentalities, and entities related to a grievance. D, grievance committee members may serve 2 consecutive terms and must take 2 years off between serving in the same capacity. And E, grievance committee members shall adhere to the Quapaw Nation Code of Ethics.
Okay, I'll accept your motion, Roman. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Now we'll move into discussion. Any discussion on the matter? We'll bring a mic to you, Amy.
My name's Amy Kavistad. What's the Quapaw Nation Code of Ethics? Or do we have one? And what's it contained?
We currently have a business ethics and conflict of interest policy that is the policy of the tribe from 2005. Other than that, we don't have a clear identified code of ethics. Later in these amendments, we are going to be proposing to create an ethics commission.
Would it be possible whenever we vote to create the to create an ethics commission later in the discussion that we could potentially motion to remove that wording, and then under the ethics commission that we're going to discuss and debate later in this meeting, we could add in wording that says this code shall apply to XYZ committees. That way we're not approving something that hasn't already been addressed.
Can you repeat that, Everett, just so we're clear?
Would it be possible to make a motion to remove item E and then address item E later in this agenda whenever we're addressing the ethics, I think it's referred to as an ethics commission?
Correct. So if I understand you correctly, you're asking just to strike option E from this language.
And then bearing in mind that we'll bring it back up later.
Okay.
And then it'd be a linear discussion. I think it would address the issue. Maybe.
Roman,
is that workable?
Definitely, if it's workable for you guys, absolutely.
You want to make a motion to amend that, Everett?
Wait, let's have more discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call.
It's Kerry Supernall. I had submitted letters to the Constitutional Committee, hoping to save some time, not have to discuss this here. But I had proposed that we have penalties for noncompliance, where it says that the grievance committee shall investigate all complaints. But we don't really have any teeth to force the information from various entities of the government. A grievance or a law without a penalty is merely a suggestion. So I propose penalties and the ability for the grievance committee to issue subpoenas. I don't know if this is the place to put it, but it's similar to this section B, where maybe that goes together somewhere, or maybe it's not even proper to be in there. That's why I wanted some advanced discussion on it. Now, I think you have got my letters by now. So do you have any comments on where we put those if we were to consider them?
Thank you, Kogi. Are you referring to penalties for the grievance committee or penalties for the business committee by way of grievance committee?
Obviously, I thought it would be against the business committee. Did you get my letters or not?
I did. I did.
It's specified in there. So, with that understanding, what do you say? Where should it be?
Right, but it just needs to be said here so that everybody else could understand your intent and your comment.
Should it be in this section or another?
I think really it could be in any section. It could potentially be in any of the next four proposed amendments.
Would you suggest we put it somewhere else then? I was trying to save time by asking that in advance.
I think now is as good of a place as any to discuss that.
Well, my proposal would be that we have penalties for non-compliance up to $5,000 or whatever the jurisdiction is, or I don't know how much we could have in there, but and the ability for the committee to issue subpoenas.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Give the grievance committee the ability to issue subpoenas for information.
Subpoenas for information?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, I'd have to ask maybe Dennis the proper motion, proper wording. There is a motion.
If he sends us that goes with M.
No. Amend to the amendment.
You could add a subpoena back or there. I'm just making that.
Sonny Glass, is there a second to that motion? Was there a second to that motion?
I don't even think we're taking motions. We're still in discussion.
Oh, I thought we were striking out E.
So what we're doing is hearing every point of discussion, and then, from my understanding, we're going to vote on each one separately.
Okay, I did not know if Everett had made a motion to strike out E. You just discussed it.
Yeah,
okay.
we're just in discussion, in
right.
discussion.
Well, I understand that will be addressed in other motions down the road, correct?
Are you referring to what Cuggy is? Oh, to whatever. No, that would be for this. Okay. That would be what we would like to do is get the entire conversation encapsulated, and then vote on that all at once, which would include what Brandon is suggesting.
That's all I needed, is point of information.
Thank you.
Cuggy, after looking ahead, I believe section M is where that might fit more appropriately, because there's some other items in there that speak to that.
Hello, my name is Callie Bowden. I'm speaking as a member of the General Council. My question is currently Section 6B of our governing resolution talks about what the rules are for the grievance committee, but it also talks about what happens in the event the chairman refuses to call a special GC. Is that addressed anywhere else, or is that being completely removed with this amendment?
Yes, can you find that? Where is that at?
Would you like me to read it?
12J.
Thank you for that clarification.
I'm Shani Gelso, and I guess I'm confused. Did I hear that we do not have a code of ethics that's addressed in E? Because I think, okay, I don't think we can vote on 10E if it doesn't exist. That's just my opinion. I mean, obviously it's a great thing to have and for everybody to abide by, but if we don't have one, I don't see that we can vote on it.
Thank you. Yes, that's what Everett was speaking to earlier, is that we would like to strike that as a part of this.
Okay.
If I understand your remark, it's asking whether we're striking the code of ethics down. We're not striking it down, we're just removing it from this particular section. Jody?
But we are going to come back to that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
We'll come back to it.
Do what?
15.
Okay. Is it possible to skip forward to that and then come back to this?
We're gonna not skip forward to it, but we're gonna move forward to it.
Well, not skip everything, you know. But then come back. So we're going to come back to this.
There will be opportunity once we finish the original line items to reconsider any item that we've voted on already.
Any other items up for discussion? Laura?
Laura again, I just have a question. So it says the Grievance Committee may have access to information from all Quapaw Nation commissions, agencies, instrumentalities, and entities related to the grievance. Now, with that being said, I'm not sure if this is going to fall under the ethics code, if it would need to be part of the bylaws for the Grievance Committee, but is there any type of confidentiality agreement that would need to be signed in regard to releasing such type of information so that not only does it protect those who filed a grievance, but our businesses as well, in the event that it is deemed that the grievance didn't uphold? Or if it did, is there something that could say that we could release that information to the General Counsel if the event is that a special General Counsel is called? It's a very robust part of all of this, so I'm not sure exactly where it would fit in.
So currently, our governing resolution does not require that an NDA be signed by the Grievance Committee. It can be proposed as a requirement that the Grievance Committee sign an NDA. I'll hold my opinion on that, but it can be proposed. Currently, it's not required by our governing resolution.
Okay, is that something that could be added to bylaws later as part of the Grievance Committee? There's several different ways I can see of it possibly fitting in.
I don't know the legal aspect of that as far as the getting or abiding by bylaws written by particular subcommittees. I don't know how to answer that.
I mean, because currently there's nothing, so we just hope that in the event that the people on the grievance committee are voted in, that they are confidential and that,
Fine.
I know there's been a stigma associated with filing grievances.
Where's
Pardon
that
me?
at?
That's, I agree, that's why I was asking if we could have something be part of it. I just wasn't sure where it would fit in, so to speak. Because it's, like I said, it's robust and there's many areas that I feel like it could, but I wasn't sure if it would fit into this or bylaws that don't currently exist. Is there another part?
Okay.
Maybe under the Ethics Commission.
Section 13O, I'm going to go ahead and read this for you because or so everybody can hear it. The Grievance Committee shall create policies and procedures for the Grievance Committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The Grievance Committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. Does that sound like it's meeting the question that you're asking?
Do I? So
13O.
13O.
Yeah, I think it could fit in there. I would hope that the grievance committee, when creating policies and procedures, would choose to add that in there. But, so that'll be another step that will once again come back here and be voted on.
Right, that we wouldn't debate here, but whenever it goes to get approved.
Well, no, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Would that require a special general counsel to do the item 13O that we're not yet voting on whenever the grievance committee discusses creation of policies and procedures for submission to the Quapaw Indian Council? Will that require a special general counsel or would that be something that's discussed under new business?
We can talk about amending that when we get to 13. I think that that's, something that may need to be codified and clarified for us.
Any other discussion on this amendment?
Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to motion to strike Section E, bearing in mind that we'll discuss it further under item 15.
Okay. We have a motion as well as a second from Sonny. So now, motion, second, discussion. Hearing none.
Everett, I'm sorry, I'm Roman.
Yeah.
Everett, would you consider amending your motion to include changing the language in item C from the grievance committee may to the grievance committee shall?
Yeah. You're amenable? Okay. So then that motion needs to read striking 10C, replacing may with shall, and also striking E, where the grievance committee members shall adhere to the Quapaw Nation Code of Ethics. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. Does the election committee have that language?
We do not have that exact language. We are unable to see the screen from this location. Can it be sent?
I guess just yes to approve.
Mikhail, it should be in that Google Doc.
Yes, we're receiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Okay.
As it is, that we were striking that because I knew it was coming up later in this session.
Yes.
So I voted, if it's being changed, then I'll pull my second.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I think we should do one at a time. If that's okay with everyone. You good with that?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm agreeable to that.
So going back to the motion and the second, and then as part of the discussion, it was only to eliminate E, grievance committee members shall adhere to the Quapaw Nation Code of Ethics, to which Sonny had the second. So can you go ahead and have that reflected too, and keep May up there for the time being until we have a vote on it?
That's better. It's better to do them separate.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do, Brandon.
Good? Okay. Now that we're on the same page, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Election committee.
This vote is to strike Section E, Amendment 10.
Okay.
I'm going to let Mikkel just give you all just a little more detail about your voting devices while this vote is in progress.
Hello, General Counsel, and Michael Whitecrow, Network Admin for you guys. I've been asked to clarify some things on our voting devices. After you press the number and send for your vote, you will eventually see a receive button, or not button, a received word come over your display indicating that your vote has been cast. That will not stay on there permanently. You can be confident that your vote eventually was sent because on the upper right, by the little signal, you'll see two arrows. Periodically, you'll see a down arrow just saying that it is communicating with our little base stations. And while your vote is pending being cast, you'll see an up arrow. Once the up arrow vanishes, your vote has been cast in case you missed the receive. You can send again, and you will not vote multiple times. And you should see it received again if you need more confidence in your vote.
If you have not cast your vote, please do so.
Well, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, we had and then we started to change it. Second, let's just, I'm taking it up. I know you're bringing it up in another section. That's the reason I did that. So, and I was gonna ask your parliamentarian if I did right.
You did. Oh, yeah. You did.
Okay.
The way it was, they are two separate changes. So they need to be handled separately, I think.
Yeah.
The body gets to do what it wants on that issue. Yeah, you did it right.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
So we'll do this one and then we'll do that one.
You know, I just want to make sure he's out because I know it's coming back later. Want to make it a little bit more grayer.
Voting has ceased.
Okay. By 88.5% yes for striking section E, 11.5 no, 0 abstention. That language is stricken, and I'll turn it back over to you, Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to amend the language in section 10, item C, to read, or from, the grievance committee may have access to, the grievance committee shall have access to information from all Quapaw Nation commissions, agencies, instrumentalities, and entities related to a grievance.
I accept your motion. Do we have a second? Second? Second. We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll turn it over to the election committee for the vote.
Please begin casting your votes.
Point of order. Question?
Yes.
Okay, we have taken out E, that one section, and now you're voting on the change with the shall to may, that we need to go ahead and strike this out, is that correct? Come on.
The language proposing the change is within that subsection 10C, and the change is from may to shall. So the grievance committee shall have access.
Okay, so you're just changing the word.
That's correct.
It's a subsidiary amendment.
Voting has ceased.
Okay, by 95.2%, we have voted to replace may with shall to subsection C of Amendment 10. And I'll turn it back over to you, Roman.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the language as proposed.
Okay. We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion to accept the language as proposed? Hearing none, I'm going to turn it back over to the election committee to adopt Amendment 10.
Begin voting, please. friendly reminder to cast your vote if you have not yet cast it, please. Voting has ceased.
Okay, the results are in, and by a vote of 96% yes to adopt the language of Amendment 10, we're going to keep going. So I'm going to turn it back over to Roman at this time.
Do I need to be recognized or am I good? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, moving on to item 11. Mr. Chair, I move to accept the language by majority vote. Shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsection F through H to section 6.1 to provide F, a vacancy of the Grievance Committee occurring during a current member's term of office will be filled by the next candidate in line based on the votes cast for Grievance Committee member from the most recent Grievance Committee election. If no replacement is available, the Grievance Committee will continue to operate independently and the position will stay vacant until the next Quapaw Indian Council. I got my numbering mixed up here, so bear with me. If more than one vacancy occurs, a special Quapaw Indian Council election shall take place the first Saturday following 60 days from the last vacancy. Grievances must be written and signed by an enrolled member of the Quapaw Nation. Grievances may be sent via email or mail to Grievance Committee members. A statement of facts including dates, times, witnesses, allegations of wrongdoing, and the remedy requested must be included in the grievance. The grievance committee may seek the assistance of or work with the ethics commission as it deems necessary.
Second.
So should we move H also into section 15 because it mentions the ethics commission? Sorry, this is Virginia Mouse.
We have a motion and a second.
For those of you that, A.
So we have a motion and a second for adoption. Now we'll go into discussion. Virginia?
So that item H, shouldn't we move that into, or revisit that in section 15 because it mentions the ethics commission? And then shouldn't it say tribal members and not enrolled? Isn't that what you said?
I'm not positive. Right now, do you have to be an enrolled member to file a grievance? Because there are people who are not enrolled members and they have a CDIB. They're Quapaw by blood, but maybe perhaps they're enrolled with another tribe. And they have certain rights, like they can come to general council and vote. Can a person who's Quapaw by blood, but not necessarily an enrolled member, file a grievance right now?
That's a great discussion, or a great item to discuss. It's really up to the general council. Do you believe that non-voting members should be allowed to have grievance against your governing members?
I think people who are what's called Quapaw by blood, have a CDIB but are not enrolled, can actually vote in general council meetings, is my recollection. And they can technically serve on the grievance committee because the grievance committee wording that was passed in the last meeting stated that they could be Quapaw by blood, which means that they're a non-enrolled member, but they have a CDIB. So if someone can serve on the grievance committee, currently the way it's worded, if we pass it, someone can serve on the grievance committee, but also not be capable of filing a grievance. That's why I bring that up. You see the issue there. They're eligible for serving on the grievance committee, but they're not eligible for filing a grievance.
Everett, are you making a suggestion for a change to this?
I want to hear further discussion, but I think it might be better just to say, however we're terming that, Quapaw by blood, I guess, because it seems it doesn't seem like there's continuity there if you can serve on it but not file a grievance to the board, to that body. And there may be tribal members poor wording. There may be people who are Quapaw by blood that aren't a tribal member who work for the tribal business, for example, and they may have a need to file a grievance. I don't know that it's a huge body of people. I don't really know what the number is in that, but I'm just bringing it up for discussion. I'd like to hear what others have to say before I make a motion.
Thank you.
So I think, this is Virginia Mouse, I think that tribal members by blood have a right to voice their opinion. However, in order to vote in our elections that are not on July 4th, you have to be enrolled. So I don't see, or I question.
You can vote in the annual election as a QB, Quapaw by blood, as well as be an enrolled member with Quapaw Nation. We do have, there's not very many, but that is available, that is for them, for those that are registered as Quapaw by blood, can vote in the annual election.
Okay, then I think this needs to include them to be able to, they should be able to file a grievance. Right. I didn't know that. I thought it was only by, in the election, that we had to be enrolled. I thought that it was only on July 4th that they could vote. So my apologies for getting that wrong. So in that event, I feel like they need to be able to file a grievance since they have a voice in the elections.
Linda, I'm just curious, is that like maybe like less than 50, less than 100, less than 5, less than 50? Okay, I was just curious.
We have someone in the back.
I'm Cheryl Sisk. Are you saying that you have to be a registered voter to be able to be on the commission or not? Just an enrolled member?
Are you asking if they have to be enrolled to be on the grievance committee?
Yeah. I thought to be able to do, you needed to be a registered voter.
Not for the
nation.
grievance committee. The
Okay,
grievance
not for
committee, you just have to be a member by blood. But I do believe for business committee, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have to be enrolled.
Okay.
The first line of section 6 that talks about the grievance committee in our governing resolution states that it consists of 3 persons of Quapaw Indian blood. Which means they're not necessarily enrolled.
Wait and see what happens.
Hey, this is Tyler over here in the back. I've got a question on Zoom from Kelly Flanagan. She was wanting to know if you're not enrolled, can you be a registered voter?
That is correct. Linda
Okay, thank you.
Douglas.
Does it maybe need to say both? Does it maybe need to say both, an enrolled member or Quapaw by blood?
I believe we could meet what we're saying just by removing the language enrolled and leaving it to say Quapaw by a member of the Quapaw Nation.
Okay.
The verbiage that we have in section 8 says consisting of persons of Quapaw Indian blood. So should that not follow suit with the same verbiage?
It can, yeah.
This is Linda Davis, Election Committee Chair. Just as an FYI, and Everett to answer that more specifically, there is 46 Quapaw by blood registered voters that are living. At one point there was 55, and of course some have passed. So there is 46 QBs. That is correct.
Is anybody talking? Is anybody talking? Roman, Keggy Supernal. I'd like to suggest the alternate wording on this section G, that it just says grievances may only be submitted by a person of Quapaw blood, Indian blood. I don't think it makes any difference who wrote it or who signed it. Well, you'd sign it, I guess, when you submitted it. Just like to suggest that wording.
Just to clarify, Kogi, are your recommendations to say grievances must be written and signed or submitted by just a member of the tribe?
Well, I guess I should have said only. Grievances may only be submitted by a person of Quapaw Indian blood. I don't see any reason for to say it must be written by a Quapaw. Could be written by anybody, I guess.
Do you see it? He's talking about where it's saying written in section G.
What about it, though?
He's saying somebody else can write it, but that it must be signed by Quapaw, by a person of Quapaw Indian blood, like an attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah, like somebody else could write it, but the tribal member has to sign it.
So you're saying just a language change to say grievances must be submitted by?
Yeah. for general counsel.
Any more discussion on the matter? Any other discussion?
Okay, just so I make sure that I have this correct, you'd like to strike H, is that correct? And that we would like to change the word grievances must be written to grievances must be submitted and signed by a person of Quapaw Indian blood. So 3 changes to the language. Was there anything else?
Kogi wants to submit, wants the word only in front of submitted. He wants it to say grievances must be submitted, must be only submitted?
Just say shall.
Shall.
Yeah. Grievances shall be.
Yeah.
Grievances shall be submitted. Got that. Okay. Okay, was there anything else?
So,
all right. 4 changes, yeah. So it'd be, the 4 changes were to strike H.
I was
Quapaw Indian
suggesting
blood,
that the word
change the
only
word from
be,
written to submitted, and then change the word from must to shall. So that was the 4 items.
yeah, I was suggesting that the word only be submitted after shall. Grievances shall only be submitted by a person of Quapaw Indian blood.
Okay, that works.
This is Linda Valier. I have, if we're done with that sentence, I would like to make another suggestion.
I'm sorry, we couldn't understand that. Could you repeat that?
My name's Linda Valier, and if we're done with that one sentence, I have another suggestion.
Yes, please.
Okay. In the same vein with 10 or 11G, I would like for there to be something in there stating about the appropriate publication of the grievance committee contacts. And my suggestion is actually to make sure that the grievance committee has a centralized contact, because since the members of the grievance committee can change from year to year, there needs to be a centralized contact that everybody can have ready access to. It'll be easy for any Quapaw member to actually find that grievance and not have to try and figure out who's on the grievance committee, what are their contacts, and not have to go through a long process. Does that make sense?
The grievance committee currently has their contact information on the Quapaw Nation website. Is that what you're insinuating?
Okay, so that's where it actually lies, but does it have each individual member's contact information, or is there a centralized grievance committee contact? Like saying there's a grievance committee has their own email address that all of the grievance committee members will have access to. That way, as grievance committee members change, that access to that is only to the current grievance committee members. And as the information changes from year to year, that doesn't have to change.
Let me look at, I'm going to look up something on our website real quick. I'm being told that currently the grievance committee email on the website gets distributed to all grievance committee members.
So there is a centralized contact for the grievance committee currently.
Before I say yes, let me check.
I think we need to, I know that it's probably in practice, but let's go ahead and put the verbiage in here, even if it's like a GI, but somewhere that says that has to be maintained.
Okay. So currently on the grievance committee tab, it is outdated. It does have our previous grievance committee listed here. So I hear what you're saying, and there's no email here, so I'm glad that I checked. I do believe that this might be something that fits into the policies and procedures that we would be asking the grievance committee to create. So let me take a look at the document here really quick to find out where that's at.
I think you make a good point. It may be something that's in practice, but we may need to take it a little further to memorialize that.
Exactly.
And so my suggestion, at least for the email, would be something like will be sent via email at the addresses which shall be published on the Quapaw Nation website. Something like that.
Yeah, I think there should be more than just an email address and address. If we're sending things in written, some people may feel more comfortable with actually mailing something like certified mail to make sure that it got to them, because electronic email is not always 100% reliable.
So in the language, it still says email or mailed.
Correct.
So if you were to just add clarifying language to the addresses, I think that works for both email or regular mail. That can still be provided on the website and then published in our newsletter as well.
I think it should be in more than one place. I know that we've got it on the website, but yeah, published in maybe the Post, but published in several different places. So if somebody does have something, they don't have to do a lot of research to know where it needs to be sent.
So I'm having trouble with,
Roman?
Is this a
Roman?
method type of thing, or is this a resolution type of thing? Right? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that this lady has the right idea, but I think the wording needs to be changed a little. All members of the grievance committee should get the grievance at the same time. There's been instances where that hasn't happened, but I agree with her. We need to fix it some way that everybody gets notice at the same time when a grievance is filed.
Say it again. No. May. It gives them an option because they don't have, they could hand it in if they want to. And that, does that leave it open for interpretation of how it's made public? Let's just say, let's say the Quapaw website. Change after nation period, and then no. Mail to the published addresses period. Contact information will be made available at all. Shall be made available at all times. I think that works. So we're gonna go. So all right, we're gonna go with this. Okay. So we've been deliberating about this being a policy, more of a policy and procedure item. Would you be amenable to the language that's up on the screen, that grievances shall only be submitted by and signed by a person of Quapaw Indian blood? Grievance submissions shall be addressed in the policies and procedures approved by the Quapaw Indian Council. Because what we're already asking, we're asking the grievance committee to create a policies and procedures that's going to be approved by the Quapaw Indian Council, and if it's ever amended, that amendment has to come to the Quapaw Indian Council. Because what we're setting up right now may not be the submission method in 5 years, right? So I think that what we would like to do is to put that into the purview of being a policy rather than a resolution item. Does that make sense?
What line is he on?
I mean, I think it fixes it, but it doesn't.
Instead of saying,
If he still wants it, if they still want it, that's what we have to go with. Right, so this is just the proposed language.
These policies and procedures could change from year to year. 5 years from now, there might be a different delivery method. So he's suggesting that in the amendment here.
Linda and Cuggy, these were, we are rewording your suggestions. If you are okay with what we're proposing, that's the language we would like. But if not, we're happy to include the language that you're including, because it is going to be voted on this body on what is most agreeable.
I'm agreeable to that. I just want to make sure that anybody can find the information, and that there's some place that we edify that it's written, that we have to make sure that that contact information is out there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anybody else has any other conversation about that. I do have one more suggestion on something on the same thing, if nobody else wants to discuss this part.
He's sitting there. Where's he?
Would you like to continue to discuss the part about policies and procedures? That language? This would be the time if you wanted to. If you would like to, yeah.
The other suggestion that I had, well, it's the grievance committee. I don't see anything in there stating anything about a specific time that the grievance committee has to respond to the complainant, at least with an acknowledgement of the receipt of the complaint. I think there needs to be something in there that says, like, within 30 days, they'll at least respond to the complainant, that they are acknowledging the receipt of that complaint. I know that that's a regulation of law with the IRS.
Oh, okay. Okay, if there's no other feedback on the changes to the language here,
Okay. Roman? I have a question on the last sentence where it says, a statement of the remedy requested implies that the committee has latitude and we're pretty restricted. So I don't know what the thinking was on putting that in there, but the one that submits a grievance could request a certain remedy other than what the committees are restricted to, which is pretty limited. We've got the only thing we can do is deny it or send it forward to the business committee, hoping for a general council decision. I think that's kind of confusing there.
I think a lot of what is being requested could be addressed in section 13O, that the grievance committee shall create policies and procedures for the grievance committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The grievance committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. So some of the stuff that's being requested are policies of the grievance committee and how it operates, right? So I think that some of those items can be included in that line item, that we could include the language that says the policies and procedures shall include published contact information, shall include, I don't even know what we're looking at right here anymore. The way that the grievances shall be submitted could also be included in the policies and procedures. So that would be section 12O. 13O, I'm sorry. All right, what do we do?
Roman, I don't think, that wasn't what I was asking about this, where it says that the one that submits the grievance could suggest the remedy. Oh, you can't hear me? See, it says the remedy requested implies that the one that submits a grievance would also submit a remedy. And we're pretty, yeah, we're pretty limited in what they can do.
Well, this is what we're saying. We're doing right now. We're giving the power to the Constitution or the Grievance Committee right now. We right now can determine those powers and authorities. Right now, today.
Yeah, I understand that, but that last sentence is kind of.
What do you think?
Well, I just think that we'll take out the remedy requested. It implies that they could suggest a remedy, and we are limited in what we can do. I just don't see any reason for that.
If General Counsel is requesting that the Grievance Committee do it, then the Grievance Committee does it, right? If General Counsel is making a request and giving that authority, then that we're specific. General Counsel is saying that it's okay to do that. That's where you get your authority, right? Is there another way that you think you could word that?
This is one of the grievance
We're not done yet.
Huh?
We're not done yet.
I don't know. I think we ought to take out that room first.
I want to ask you about what you're saying here. So you're saying
I'll make a motion, second to recess for both of you. Yes. And I'm starving. Oh, me too. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they can still continue their discussion, yeah. But, yeah.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we take a recess while people eat and they can continue their discussion.
I'll entertain that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries, and we'll recess for reconvene at 12:30. Thank you.
I'm sorry, these chairs are just that good. I'm gonna have to start warming around with my chair cushion.
I could have everyone's attention, please. Here in a few minutes, we'll go ahead and get started momentarily, just giving you the heads up. Thank you.
want to come up here and tell you, you guys are doing a great job. You know, I was afraid we're going to have a whole bunch of point of orders because everybody wanted to get off on a different subject or whatever. But doing a great job.
Appreciate it.
And I know he's helping you.
Yeah. He just points to the lines. I'm like, where's this at? Where's this at? He's like, all right, right here.
Yeah, I've already been down that road, so I already know what you guys are going through. You know, they tried to get a constitution years ago, and it just didn't quite go through. Lewis Ballot, myself, there was a guy named Valier, he was involved in it, and it just didn't quite fly. So maybe this time, Constitution might make it through. Great job.
And this is the best thing we could think of.
Oh yeah.
Just keep telling us.
It's just going through on my line. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Well, we better go sit down. Looks like he's getting ready to get you.
Good.
I'll give you another minute, Roman. Go for it. He's eating. I'll give you another minute. Go ahead. I'm going to kick it straight to you if you're ready. Actually, it's both supposed to be mine.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
I haven't opened it.
Go ahead, man.
You sure?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene out of recess. Thank you for your time and patience in allowing us to get some food in our bellies. So I believe we were in discussion about amendment number 11. And Roman, if you could bring us up to speed, I'm going to kick it to you, okay?
Yes, I believe we have a consensus on the language that we're shooting for before or to be approved. That the verbiage would read in section G, grievances shall only be submitted and signed by a person of Quapaw Indian blood. Grievance submissions shall be addressed in the policies and procedures approved by the Quapaw Indian Council. A statement of facts, including dates, times, witnesses, allegations of wrongdoing, and the remedy requested must be included in the grievance. Remedies will include reprimand, censure, or special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council.
Okay, thank you, Roman. Have a couple minutes to digest that new language. No pun intended. Does anybody have any discussion, remarks?
Mr. Chair, with no further discussion, I move to adopt the language.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt this language. Do I have a second? We have a second in the back. Any discussion? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move it to the election committee for the vote.
Can you clarify if that's the entire amendment or just section G? I apologize. Can you-
No, just the language, so section G.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Roman. Begin voting, please.
Yeah, amend section G. anyone but the white block.
Just unplug mine.
We're on a 10-second countdown. Please cast your vote if you have not. Gonna go. Voting has ceased.
Okay, 76.5% votes yes for amending the language of Section G of Amendment 11. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to accept the language on Amendment 11 as presented.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move it back to the election committee for an adoption of Amendment 11.
Amendment 11, begin voting, please.
It includes this, right?
No, that was stricken the first time, and then we got into the discussion about that.
There was never a vote to strike that.
Yeah, no, I thought that. We did two. I thought we did two discussions.
We did one discussion and they mentioned that, but that's still in there.
Okay. Well, I'll have to do another vote then.
Could blame Virginia.
Well, no, we'll leave it. What we'll do is we'll
Yeah.
leave it, and then we'll come back and reconsider it. I didn't include the language to strike this on this time. That was my fault. But we could still reconsider. I thought we did.
Let's go ask the secretary.
Yeah, because we did the 4 items. It's just gotta be from a member of the prevailing side. What are we trying to do? And they'll do what we're doing here today and say, it's like, no, we need to have this, we need to have that. Yeah, force it to happen, not wait on it, so that they got a window. It's like, hey, in 4 months we're doing this, you guys need to have this done by this soon.
Voting has ceased.
Okay, we have 79.7% voting yes for the language of Amendment 11. Kick it back to you, Roman.
Roman, based on this, I want to amend this to remove section H to revisit later. So make a motion to remove section H to revisit it at a later, either later in this document or later date. Either one is fine with me.
Is that done right? I second that emotion. I second that motion. I second that motion.
We have a motion from the floor by Virginia to amend that language, and then a second. Any discussion? Again, this is just to strike the H. We have some discussion.
So to clarify what we're doing here, it was already, we already talked about this, and there was a consensus, a general consensus around this. My fault was that I did not include that in my language that I proposed. So that brings us to this second vote on this item. I apologize about that, but that's what we're doing. And what that, to clarify what that says is the grievance committee may seek the assistance, the grievance committee may seek the assistance of or work with the ethics commission as it deems necessary. And what Virginia is asking is that we strike that from this category and we address that in item 15.
You good, Jody? Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Steve?
Yes, in conjunction with the potential striking of Section H in Amendment 11, I was looking down, and it looks like Section N of Amendment 13 is also on that. So that's just something to keep in mind ahead of time, because it's talking about the Grievance Committee and the Code of Ethics as well.
Okay.
Understood.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Virginia. Any other discussion? Okay, here are none. We're going to kick it to the election committee now for that vote.
Mr. Chair, can we do a voice vote? Attempt a voice vote?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Just for the record, so we have it, I think we should go ahead and do the clickers.
Okay.
So just to clarify, that's amending Amendment 11 to strike H.
Let the voting begin, please. 2-minute warning.
Fails.
15 seconds. Voting has ceased.
Okay, by a vote of 85.3%, the motion to strike Section H from Amendment 11 passes, and we will continue on. I'll hand it back over to Roman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the language in Section 12, which states, by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsections I through L to Section 6.1 to provide the Grievance Committee may obtain legal counsel for assistance and advice payable by the Quapaw Nation. Approval from the Business Committee shall not be required. If the Grievance Committee finds cause for a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the Grievance Committee shall request the chairman to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Should the chairman fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, then the Business Committee may call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Should the Business Committee fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the Grievance Committee shall have the authority, after acquiring legal counsel's supporting opinion, to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting for the purpose of hearing and acting upon grievances or complaints, so long as 30 days' notice is given to the members of the Quapaw Nation directly by certified mail and appropriate publicity by social media, print, and broadcast media to the major neighboring communities. The Quapaw Indian Council, K, the Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice of the allegation and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses in his or her defense. The accused may retain a lawyer at his or her own expense. The Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the member or members from office or clear them of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council's decision is final and not appealable to any court or tribunal. L, the Grievance Committee may submit a grievance complaint and any relevant information it obtains to the tribal prosecutor for prosecution.
We have a motion.
Second.
And we have a second. Now we'll move to discussion.
I have a question. This is Everett Vandy on K. If you could scroll to K. It says the Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice, etc. the Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the members from office or clear them of the grievance. Does that limit? I feel like that may limit General Counsel's ability, because in theory, it's not defined. But right now, they could vote for anything. You know, they could vote to permanently suspend any services to the person. They could vote to, you know, ban them from the tribe. They could vote to unenroll them. All of those options are currently available to General Counsel to do to somebody, technically, unless we've removed that. And wording it in such a way, I feel like only gives General Counsel the option to either remove or clear, and there isn't any other options that right now currently are, anything exists. They can just vote to do something as long as you get a majority, and it's a legal action. I just wanted to discuss that and see if it might be something we should consider, just wording that slightly different.
Everett, I think what you're suggesting needs to be expressed explicitly, right? And I think in sitting here, we didn't include a section of the rights and responsibilities of General Counsel. And I think that that's one of them, right? That this committee needs to create a section that includes those rights and responsibilities of General Counsel for General Counsel to declare and be adamant about. And some of those things include being explicit about what we are allowed to do. I don't know that if that belongs in this section, though, but it belongs in here somewhere. I need to chew on this. I need to chew on this on how to get that going, because there are other things that General Counsel is and should be allowed to do, which is call our own General Counsel meeting, right? Separate from the business committee, but that's not written anywhere, and we need that to be expressed, right? So I think that we as a Constitution Committee need to make that a priority for us to make sure that these get addressed also. With that being said, do we include it now?
Can I want to re-clarify, Amy was asking, they're talking about if the grievance committee determines that someone has a valid reason to call a special general counsel against a business committee member, and then a special general counsel is held, and it says on item K, if you look about 4 lines down, the general counsel, it's worded as Quapaw Indian Council, has the authority to remove the members, referring to the BC member that has a grievance committee filed against it, from office or clear them of the grievance. So currently the way I'm reading it is, if you have a special general counsel to discuss a grievance against a business committee member, this is saying that your option is to either remove the member from their position or clear them of the grievance. And in theory, there could be third options that exist. You know, maybe we don't want to remove them, but we want to do something else. And right now, the general counsel has that option to do that. They could, and so maybe I wanted it to be discussed about maybe there could be a way to word that where the Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the member, clear them of the grievance, or take other actions as needed, as deemed necessary. I just wanted it to be, yes, and I'm not making a motion, I'm only discussing.
Is there a member of the that they could speak to that as far as removal from the roll goes? Is that the enrollment committee? Is there a member of the enrollment committee here?
Yeah, they're coming.
Hello, this is Carrie, and here's Grace, Good Eagle. What was the question? Oh, for me?
Yeah, do we have a current process with the enrollment committee, or that the enrollment committee could speak to about removal of a tribal member from our rolls?
We like to relinquish someone?
No, so this is a piece of that component that Everett's speaking to, is that general counsel is that, well, he's speaking to additional recourse other than just removing them from office, that we should be explicit about some of these other items. And what I'm doing is I'm asking the enrollment committee, is there a process set up right now? Is there an authority that exists, or is it documented anywhere, how we remove a member from our rolls? I know that our tribal court can do it, but I don't know if...
We don't necessarily remove someone from the role unless they, unless like we find out that they are enrolled improperly, like if on the competency reports, they were adopted by another tribe. We have had people that it slipped through and they got on the roll, but when we did research for lineage, we found it, and they were disenrolled by our ordinance, you know, by the process. But we don't disenroll someone because they've done something wrong, if that's what you're asking.
So I think that this would be something that we need to be explicit about in finding or getting a legal opinion. Does general counsel have the ability to remove anybody from our rolls?
I don't know that I would say that they, I don't know that I would say that they don't. So general counsel has the ability to pass an ordinance directing our leadership to do something. So for example, our leadership banned former Chairman John Berry from tribal property. General counsel could pass a motion banning, saying we want the business committee to ban someone. That is within their, I believe, within their legal authority to do so.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not suggesting that we should do that. I'm just saying that the way that it's worded limits what they can do.
Yeah.
Can we move on to other discussion while we are seeking determination and clarification for that? Because I'm looking for it too right now, that clarifying language. And I think Michael had something too.
Yes, related to Everett's discussion. I believe I have an alternative suggestion, and that is for the line that says, the Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the members. We could change it so it's the Quapaw Indian Council called upon for this section is limited, not the entire council itself is limited.
Say that last part again, please.
So instead of having the wording so that the Quapaw Indian Council is limited for like that, right now it reads, like you're limiting the Quapaw Indian Council as a whole to those actions. But if we change it to just the specially called general counsel to be limited to those, I think that would be a good alternative, because justice needs to be swift, but mercy takes time. And this will just limit it so we remove them from power. And if people are still hot-blooded when it comes to the next general counsel, they will have the power to do more aggressive measures.
We agree with that.
So you're saying qualifying language included in this section, that's only specific to this section?
Exactly.
I got you.
One thing to consider here is that this body is not and should not, in my opinion, be a punitive body, right? Because there's a lot of muck that we could get into in where does that draw the line of punishing somebody for anything, whether it's a fine or otherwise, right? I think it's a very dangerous predicament that we could get into here. And that removal from office doesn't, I think that keeps it focused. And the other remedies, you know, the censure, reprimand, and it doesn't compel the accused to, I guess, implicate themselves, that it allows a investigation to take place and go forward and be presented. And that removal of office is, I think, where that should end, right? And if they break the law, that's why we have the court. We have tribal codes for that. And if we want to include something in the tribal code for what they're doing, then we could do that also, right? But that's the punitive body that handles, as legal put it, they handle fines and imprisonment and such, right? We don't. So we could very well get ourselves into a very troubled water by being a punitive body.
Okay, I want to say something. I know it might not be the best wording. This is Julia Peebershe, but a long time ago we did. There's a certain standard that we had to hold, and we're not holding it. We did kick people out. There's times we dug holes and we threw our children in the holes because they didn't act right. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So along the lines of discussion, this line that says, or clear them of the grievance. In order to be able, for general counsel to be able to clear them from the grievance, we would first need to be able to see that grievance. Correct? So how do we do that? What does that look like?
When the general, I guess we would need to be explicit about this also. Whenever the general counsel gets called, it gets called for a specific reason. And I think that would be the time that any information would be disseminated. I mean, it makes the most sense, but maybe we need to include that language.
That could be part of the notification process.
Yeah, in item J, in item J. Can we just write it in item J? That in that 30 days notice, the notice will include the grievance and findings.
Involved parties, possibly.
I think the grievance and the report, or what do you guys do? What do you issue?
Reason for the general counsel and parties involved.
But we have to, she's saying we should be explicit about the actual grievance. So they're going to do an investigation, right? That they got to include that information with the announcement. Notice given the general counsel and the accused at the same time. We're being fair.
Roman,
Yes.
this is Callie Bowden.
Hi, Callie.
I would just like to bring one more issue to light while we are discussing this. And right now we have our governing resolution where the grievance committee can remove a member of the BC from office. We also have our election ordinance that allows for a recall. My question lies with if there is a special general counsel to remove a member from office, is it immediate or does it follow through with the election ordinance where they stay in office until there is another elected official? Or is it where grievance committee can state that they want that recall of office immediate? So that is something that needs to be addressed as well.
So just to clarify, you're saying from the time that the grievance is accepted and the general counsel is called, should that person remain in office, or should we?
Let's say the general counsel decides we want to remove this BC member from office. Do we have to wait for another election to happen, so they're sitting in office for several more months, or can that be deemed effective immediately?
Effective immediately, right. Okay. To the members of the Quapaw Nation. Quapaw Nation. We're just keeping it the same. We're just adding language in here that says. We're just adding the language that says the grievance, that the 30 days notice will include the grievance and the grievance committee's findings.
How about, am I on the mic?
Yeah.
Or take other actions necessary, or other necessary actions. Well, I think that's important, but what isn't necessarily germane is like the discussion of the authority of the entire general council right now. This is already, this is coming to a general council. This is what we see is the investigative report. We do not see all of the language that tells us to do.
Virginia, we're just having a discussion on the request. Are you okay with the language of 30 days notice to include the grievance committee's investigation? Okay, because we just don't want the language of the grievance to be public, but that the investigation of the grievance is public. That's true. That's true.
Well, then, if we put findings in there, people are going to come with preconceived notions. I mean, if you just put them both in there, because that's what she's requesting.
Virginia, speaking to your wanting like content and things like that, if
That's the investigative report. Virginia, what he's talking about is if the grievance committee puts their grievance and sends that out to the entire nation, well, the individual that they filed the grievance against gets to see and continue to sit in office. Like, let's say it's an employee that filed the grievance. If you've shared all their information, that BC member knows that they were the one that filed, which will probably prevent people from filing a grievance. That's why we rescinded Resolution 021511-A, because the General Counsel did not want the business committee to see
Point of
their
order,
name.
Julia, please.
But I think that what you're speaking to is actually the investigative report, right?
Yes.
What their findings were.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Thank you. So we're suggesting that the grievance committee can suggest censure. What did we say? What were the three items?
remedies, censure, repercussions.
Reprimand, censure, or calling a special general counsel. So, reprimand, censure, or call. How about right here? Okay, so with that, if that's what they're able to present, then that's what general counsel should be able to act on. General counsel should be able to say, it's like, no, we don't think that this should be removed from office, but definitely needs to be censured or reprimanded. So if those are the three items that we're proposing.
Their determination, like committee's investigative report, including their determination. So this is what was.
Okay, don't explain, just write it, go for it. Put it in.
I think when we have his Quapaw shall have the power to remove the office immediately.
Member from office.
Add immediately to that, because that kind of explains.
Yeah, that's what Kelly was saying.
Well, there needs to be like a suspension process.
One second, please. Okay, where are we at? Pause. Where are you at?
In the notice given to the members of the Quapaw Nation, 30 days notice will include the grievance committee's investigative report, including their determination.
Good. General counsel is not obligated to act on that determination and has the ability to suggest reprimand or a lighter recourse such as reprimand or censure.
Reserves the right.
Reserve it. Leave that out of there. Leave the first part I just said out of there. Reserves the right.
General counsel is not obligated to act on that
Mr. Chairman,
and reserves the right.
I think that all this discussion right now is superfluous, really, because if you go to
Section 13.0, the first statement says, "The grievance committee shall create policies and procedures for the grievance committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council." What are we not doing now except reading and establishing policies and procedures for the grievance committee? That should not even be within the resolution based upon that section there.
Point of order, we're still on section 12. Would be happy to hear that on this next
You'll
item.
be happy to hear it now because it deals with section 12, policies and procedures.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that?
Policies and procedures. It says under 13.0, the grievance committee shall create policies and procedures. What are all these sections ahead of it? Policies and procedures. That does not belong in the resolution or constitution.
Which portion?
Everything is policies and procedures ahead of 13.0.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a great point.
It's a great point. It's the truth.
What we're presenting right now, though, is because it wasn't explicit over the years with our previous business committee members and administrations that had the opportunity to codify all of this, never did.
The grievance committee shall create, so that makes your statement irrelevant. I've been sitting here all day and the last meeting and going to Stillwater, listening to this meeting. You put motions on the floor, you don't second them, you don't vote on them. I saw it here today. And I will stand by my statement that everything ahead of 13.0 dealing with the grievance committee is irrelevant because under 13.0 it says that committee will create. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roman. Callie Bowden. I've just got a few more things to add to this while we're still working on it. One is a request to refer to our body as either the Indian Council or the General Council, but keep it consistent. Same name, one word across the board. The other one I would like to see is an appropriate time frame, whether we list it in O here or we discuss it now wherever it's discussed. I think there should be an appropriate time frame for an investigation to take place and have results. You shouldn't have to wait several months. And going back to what I said earlier, I would like for the word immediate to be inserted.
Did you find where to put that?
Where it states, I've got to find it. The Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the member or members from office immediately or clear them of the grievance.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jody.
Yeah, my name's Jody Whitecrow. We just have a question. Why was it changed from Quapaw General Council to Quapaw Indian Council? We've never been known as a Quapaw Indian Council. It's always been the General Council.
I think the original governing resolution stated it was Indian Council. It's just kind of been, what's the word? I guess used interchangeably throughout the years. And it's become more commonly referred to as General Council as we know it. But legally, it's still considered Indian Council.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last part was the time frame. Kelly, is there a time frame? I know that you want us to put something in there in regard to a time frame, and coming up with that right now would be a little tough. You got a suggestion?
I would like to actually ask previous grievance committee members how long they think, because I've not been in that position, but if I were going to spitball something, I would say 30 days.
We actually have a former grievance committee member.
The investigations we did usually involved at least 30 days, and I know when my brother was on the grievance committee prior to that, when they were investigating the whole credit card ordeal, that was a rather lengthy one as well because of the amount of the content that they were investigating. So I'm not sure exactly how long it took them to do that, but I would say it kind of depends on the amount involved with what they're investigating. And I know people work full-time jobs that are on the grievance committee too, so that would 60 days be acceptable? I mean,
Yes, I would accept that.
Are we adding that to a section, or is that a new section? Okay, so I'm going to say the grievance committee shall. So neighboring communities, period, grievance committee shall conduct their investigation within 60 days of receipt. At the end of it, at the end of J, grievance committee shall conduct their investigation within 60 days of receipt. Now that does, I agree with Lloyd on that one. That one does seem like a policy, but it also seems like it needs to be said.
Give notice to the harmed party, or give notice to, you want them to give notice within 60 days, so you can give notice to all parties involved within 60 days?
Yes. Yes, for now. Is there any other discussion on item 12?
Are you ready to move on to section L?
No later than 60 days after the filing date. Is it called a complaint? Sorry. Oh, the grievance. Thank you.
Just stand by you.
Would that require some? Yeah, I think it's already all in the they've got 60 days from start to finish. And I think that's what Kelly was wanting. She's about to speak though. Joseph?
Yeah, he just added that in.
So, what do you think about that last sentence up there, right before A?
That works. I think it needs like elaborate, saying is more elaborate and need more time type of thing, or do we just need to leave it as is? Because technically, when you bring a grievance, you're supposed to have your proof already.
So
Or some degree, yeah.
To some degree, but anything you ask for, you should be given too.
Right.
So it's kind of like, honestly, I don't think it should be 60 days, but I don't know how to write it. But that'll cover it.
Because their determination could be, based on what we have, here's our determination, but we need more time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know how long these things usually take.
Well, that credit card we took probably 3 months at least, I think.
Well, they were
Maybe.
locked out.
Yeah,
But see, that's it too. Yeah, like you said, locked out.
Right.
You've got to be.
but nowadays there should,
accessible
with changing things, there should be no reason to be locked out then.
Right.
So,
And everything should be given to you on the table right then and there.
Right.
So, well,
Just validate
should it be
that.
90 days?
no, that's giving too much time, yeah.
Thank you.
Keep it as quick as.
Good? Good, okay. Okay, so the current language that we have, holy. And there were a handful of suggestions, so we try to encompass them all the best we can. So if you were making a suggestion and we didn't hit it, please let us know. By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsection I through L to section 6.1 to provide the grievance committee may obtain legal counsel for assistance of advice payable by the Quapaw Nation. Approval from the business committee shall not be required. Okay. If the grievance committee finds cause for a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the grievance committee shall request the chairman to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Johnny, let's change that language to a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. Well, not right now, but we'll go with that later. Okay. We're going to change the language on what we're saying here so it flows a little better. A special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council is what we're referring to. Should the chairman fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, then the business committee may call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Should the business committee fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the grievance committee shall have the authority, after acquiring legal counsel's supporting opinion, to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting for the purpose of hearing and acting upon grievances or complaints, so long as 30 days' notice is given to the members of the Quapaw Nation directly by certified mail and appropriate publicity by social media, print, and broadcast media to the major neighboring communities. The grievance committee shall make the determination no later than 60 days after the filing of the grievance. Okay, the Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice of the allegation and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses to his or her defense. The accused may retain a lawyer at his or her own expense. The Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the member or members for cause from office immediately or clear them of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council's decision is final and not appealable to any court or tribunal. L, the grievance committee may submit a grievance complaint and any relevant information it obtains to the tribal prosecutor for prosecution. M, in the notice given to the members of the Quapaw Nation, the 30-day notice will include the grievance committee's investigative report, including their determination. The Quapaw Indian Council is not obligated to act on that determination and reserves the right to come up with its own determination and recourse.
I have
One thing I would like to add to that is that on item 8, or goddamn, where am I? Item I, that the grievance committee follow the tribe's procurement policy on I for legal counsel. Kogi, you had a comment?
On some items. First off, I wonder if it's necessary to send a certified mail to everybody in the tribe where some of them wouldn't be able to vote as general counsel. And the expense of that would be substantial, I think. I just wondered if there's some other way that we could notify everyone without spending the money for certified mail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you're okay with just striking the word certified?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I would be. Also, I have a question on section L. Could you pull it up there so I could, section L. I think I'm questioning the intent. The way it's written, it says that the grievance committee could originate a grievance complaint and send it to the tribal prosecutor for prosecution. That would be bypassing the general counsel. I think it was, well, I'm not sure what the intent of that was, but I know that's not the intent.
Right, so
As I read it, it says.
But what he's saying is, in addition, that's what we should be saying is that in addition to coming to general counsel, that they also, but how do we say that in there? So what do we say?
And general counsel can recommend.
No, what he's,
excuse me, Hawaii, Johnny, Candace Bird, Boney speaking. I'm sorry if we've already moved on, but I wanted to bring up a point about the certified mail. And I just want to say, with all due respect, I would want something like that to get to me if it was going to be mailed out to me, you know, and so I think for something as important as that, I would prefer certified mail. That's just my opinion. Thank you. I'm gonna go.
Oh.
Cug, would you be okay with saying, in addition to their investigation, the grievance committee may submit this information to the tribal prosecutor? So that it's clear that we're not bypassing general counsel, or they're not foregoing their responsibility of doing it themselves. But if there's something clear that should be handed over to the tribal prosecutor, that it's okay for them to hand it over to the tribal prosecutor.
But you're not giving them authority to file a grievance. That's not the intent, is it? They're trying to say that we could take the original grievance and submit it to the prosecutor, but wouldn't that require the acquiescence of the general counsel?
So if this section were considered by itself, I think that what you're saying, it needs to be toughened up. However, there are other items that preclude this, that compels investigations into these acts. So we're already stating in other sections that these investigations are going to take place. What we're saying with this piece is that it's okay to turn this over to the tribal prosecutor. Do you feel like we should toughen this language up? Is that what you're suggesting?
Clear.
Let's go. I mean, it doesn't
Would
hurt.
we
Let's go ahead.
need the permission of the general counsel to submit that to a prosecutor?
Do you think that general counsel should have that permission, or should give that permission? That's really something that's up to the body to decide. We could either say that, hey, we want to give them their permission to do it, or we want to go ahead and give them the permission to do it on their own if they see fit.
Yeah, that's the way it reads to me, that you've given the grievance committee permission to submit it, regardless of what the general counsel says. I mean,
Yes,
that's the intent.
that is the intent, yes.
Oh,
Roman,
okay, thank you.
Yes.
Jerry Montgomery.
Hi.
I just don't see anywhere on here where the accused has a time frame on reporting back to give you a response to what's been accused. Do they have a time frame?
Yes. Do they have a time frame to respond? Can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
I don't see on here where there's a time frame for the accused to report back anything that they want to tell you in their response.
That the accused should have an opportunity to respond.
There's not a time frame for them to get their messages back to you.
Geraldine, may I take the floor? I might be able to answer your question.
Okay, that's fine.
I haven't heard anything from our attorneys as a suggestion, but I do think we got the cart before the horse. Mr. Buffalo suggested that we needed to move that O up between I, and J. The grievance committee should be able to set up their policies and procedures. And that would be where the adjournment's question is, that in that policies and procedures would say that you have so many days to reply. But I do believe that section should be moved up so that we can be able to get policies and procedures. First of all, they've got legal counsel that they can ask for. And then, but they need to have their policies and procedures set up. What are we going to do? If I can take an example as an employee, that if I do something wrong, I'm going to get reprimanded and or dismissed. Well, we don't have anything like that. We just either going to take them and the accused is cleared or they are not. Okay, they're not. But what does it say? Do we remove them right then? Those are questions that I would look at that, possibly being moved up so that the grievance committee can make their policies and procedures.
Sonny, which ones did you say that that should be between? So what we could do is make a motion to put that language in, because we're considering language for this already, so we just put that motion here and then strike it later once we get to 13, right?
So you just move it up, and then whenever you make your motion, be like, hey, I make a motion that we amend, what are we at, 12? Amend Amendment 12 so that it now reads, and just read the whole thing. That makes sense?
Which includes this.
Yep.
Looks like we got something off here.
We're off.
That's my numbering.
We're off. Well, no, this is a this is a Roman numeral, Romanet 1. It goes with this.
Oh, yeah.
It will go down.
Formatted.
It'll be the new J. O will be new J. But you get to fix all the numbering because of that first motion we did today.
Johnny, can you scroll it, please? Can you scroll it, please? All right. So I believe we've got the language again this time. By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsections I through L to section 6.1 to provide the grievance committee may obtain legal counsel for assistance and advice payable by the Quapaw Nation. Approval from the business committee shall not be required. The grievance committee shall follow the procurement policy of the Quapaw Nation. J, the grievance committee shall create policies and procedures for the grievance committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The grievance committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. K, if the grievance committee finds cause for a special special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the Grievance Committee shall request the chairman to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Should the chairman fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, then the Business Committee may call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Should the Business Committee fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the Grievance Committee shall have the authority, after acquiring legal counsel's supporting opinion, to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting for the purpose of hearing and acting upon grievances or complaints, so long as 30 days' notice is given to the members of the Quapaw Nation directly by mail and appropriate publicity by social media, print, and broadcast media to the major neighboring communities. The Grievance Committee shall make their determination no later than 60 days after the filing of the grievance. L, the Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice of the allegation and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses in his or her defense. The accused may retain a lawyer at his or her own expense. The Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the member or members for cause from office immediately or clear them of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council's decision is final and non-appealable to any court or tribunal. M, in addition to their grievance procedure, the Grievance Committee may submit a grievance complaint. In addition to their grievance procedure, the Grievance Committee may submit a grievance complaint and any relevant information it obtains to the tribal prosecutor for prosecution. In the notice given to the members of the Quapaw Nation, the 30-day notice will include the Grievance Committee's investigative report, including their determination. The Quapaw Indian Council is not obligated to act on that determination and deserves the right to come up with its own determination and recourse.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Barbara Kaiser Collier.
Hi, Barbara.
Hearing what you've just read, and then looking into what Mr. Glass had to say about O and policies and procedures, if you look at M and N and a few of parts of the others, what are you going to put in your policies and procedures if you don't put things such as those items? What are the policies and procedures going to be if you don't include things such as investigation and document retrieval and so on and so forth? What kind of procedures are, what's your guideline going to be? My opinion.
Yeah, great question. I think that's going to be up to the body whenever it comes time to decide, right? I think there's a lot of things that aren't being said by what we're saying here, but I think that we're making the larger statements in giving this authority expressly to the Grievance Committee even prior to having their policies and procedures. Right, we could not have policies and procedures for, another 4 years potentially. But if we're not saying it here, then we've got to be saying it somewhere and soon, right, to get that codified.
Yeah, previously, I'd brought up that there needs to be some authority given to the Grievance Committee, but I really wasn't intending on that kind of authority that you're speaking of. They need something to back them up. They need some kind of teeth to what they do. Ultimately, when the results are given, then they need, something needs to be made, placed, stated, whatever, to follow up on those things. And a process formed to take care of the results. So I don't know if that's not something that needs to be in a policy and procedure. That's what covers you, is your policies and procedures. And sometimes, oftentimes, it limits you, so you have to be careful as to what you give and take. And that's my point.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I motion to accept the language as presented.
We have a motion to accept the language as presented. Do we have a second?
She does. I do have a note here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. My apologies, Linda. I did read it. I'm going to go ahead and read it. So there's a suggestion that we're not sure where this would fit in, but it would provide the grievance committee authority to suspend business committee members in the interim from notice of request of special council meeting until general counsel provides a decision on complaint.
Oh, hey, Candace again. And also my point about the certified mail. Gonna get.
So for this.
Roman.
she's not back there. Huh. Hi, Kelly.
Hi. I would just like to, I apologize for missing this conversation earlier, but I just want to shed a little bit more light on the certified mail portion. In today's age, we're getting more into the electronic version, and there's, many means there, reaching out to the community through newspapers. We've got our own publications. We've got our own websites and stuff like that. Postage is increasingly getting more. Our membership is also increasing. So just doing a rough estimate here, if you just do the basic certification right now for those who are 18 and older, my math is looking like just to do one letter of certification with no response back to us, we're looking at $12,000. If you do it with a return receipt, you're doubling it, looking at closer to $25,000 for notifications. So I would just hate to see us tie our hands to something that's so expensive when we're moving on in today with technology, and that notification can still be given. So I would just like for everybody to reconsider adding the word certified mail to the tribal members for notification. I do agree that it should be certified mail to the grievance committee, so you have a receipt. That would just be smart business on behalf of the person filing the grievances. But for notification to our members, I just feel like it's a little bit too much. So thank you.
Thank you. Who was it that made the? Would you be amenable to putting that on so that we do two separate votes here? Because it sounds like that might be something that could be split more than the rest of this.
Sure, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And in regards to the word certified, I'm open to any kind of insurable mail policy,
Do we have an
If there
insurable
are-
mail policy?
If there are any alternatives.
Well, I have a question on the certified mail. Why would you want to send certified mail to everybody in the nation when a lot of them couldn't even vote at general council? And like I said, that's expensive anyway, and you'd be throwing away half of the money.
If it's a grievance.
Certified mail and directly. Yeah, go ahead and bring it up.
Our legal counsel has brought up a good issue, or I should say an issue that could arise in terms of suspension. Really, the grievance committee itself having the authority to suspend a member. And not that, we obviously vote for these individuals because we trust them, right? But there's a lot of pettiness that can happen. And it's really easy for somebody to say, oh, well, you've wronged me. I feel you've wronged me, so I'm going to come against you no matter what, and I'm going to suspend you for something petty. And that was a concern brought up by our legal, so we wanted to give opportunity to discuss that and see what you guys thought.
The solution for the other one, the solution would be to change directly by certified mail or appropriate publicity by social media. I mean,
It works, just with regular.
Well, what I'll say is, that your jury notices used to be, jury duty notices used to be certified anonymous.
Yeah. I mean, as long as it's getting communicated.
So as far as suspension goes, I think that a point was made that they're an elected official from day one till this general counsel decides otherwise, not from day one until the grievance committee decides otherwise. It's general counsel who puts them in, it's general counsel who takes them out. And I don't believe that a suspension clause should be included in this language here. That's just me weighing in. That's my opinion on this discussion. I'm not. It's still open for discussion.
Roman. Callie Bowden. I'm just going to say that I agree with that statement. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Gracie in the back.
If I may, and I know we're in discussion now, I had another elder call me yesterday. He can't be here today. He can't travel, but he was very concerned. He's concerned about the O-gah-pah people. He said, "Is it true what's going on?" And I said, a short answer, yes. But what he said among our discussion, we have voted and elected people to serve on the business committee. And so we need to support those people, and that's the way it is. They are elected officials to do business for us. And he said, we need to support them, all of them. And if there's any wrongdoing, they can, like our aunties and uncles used to say, they used to straighten us out in no uncertain terms. And so we need more of that. But just to say what he said, they are elected, and we need to support them. And as best we can, we will.
Thank you, Gracie. Any other discussion?
Hoy, Candace. Can we include the language to say recommendations? Recommendations and provisions, but I also agree with Roman about the suspension part.
Do you mean recommendations of suspension?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we,
Is it included?
I think that's taken care of in, what is it, M now, or N now? But really what the individual that asked this question, I think they were looking for was, what do we do if the grievance committee says, yes, we found enough information that we believe a meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council should be had, what do we do in the interim? Do we allow them to continue operating and potentially cause more harm? Or do we give the grievance committee the authority to suspend them until such time that the Quapaw Indian Council can meet and hear the grievance?
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost as if we need another another body, yeah, or another method to determine a suspension, unless this body thinks that the grievance committee can be trusted with that authority.
Roman, Vance Gilmore.
Vance.
Possibly from the legal concern here, it could be suspension with pay. And that way they're still in their elected role being and receiving pay. Because to John's point, they should not be doing tribal business if the grievance committee has found enough. But they could be suspended without pay, and I think that would handle any legal issue there.
Suspended with pay?
Suspended with pay until general counsel decides one way or the other.
Yeah.
Roman?
Yes,
I just have a question, which would be for clarification. If they are going to make this decision, then will they have to make it by a majority vote or by a unanimous vote based on the severity of the decision?
Larry's asking, should this be, any of this, should it be by majority vote or by a unanimous vote?
What we're essentially saying is that the grievance committee would write the policy that allows them to do these things, right? To give a suspension with pay to a business committee member. What causes that that policy to fall into effect? So I guess they would determine whether it would be majority or if it was unanimous.
Yeah, either way is fine with me. I just wanted to throw that out so that would be a consideration.
Thank you.
I'd like to change the wording on one of our items. I just want to get checked off the box in regard to certified mail. That we change the language from Quapaw to the members of the Quapaw Nation directly by certified mail and appropriate publicity, and change that to by certified mail or appropriate publicity by social media. And I think that leaves the window open for a tribal member to request certified mail if they chose. Suspension is tough. Suspension, this is a tough topic, but I think that we witnessed, some place where that could definitely have gone awry recently. And that's what's playing in my head is a business committee member who had a recording of them, and though there were no laws broken, no policies broken, that person could have been suspended by the grievance committee because they decided upon themselves that this is what should happen, right? So that's the type of authority we're giving to them, and I think that this is Because we have such a large group of changes made to this language, and this one seems that it could be more controversial than the rest, I think that we should separate this into two votes. One being the full group of what we have now, minus the suspension, and then Linda, if you would be okay with a second vote for the body to consider the suspension aspect of this. Would that be okay? Okay.
Regarding that suspension, shouldn't we have an option of suspension without pay? Because I think some of them would kind of like that, suspension with pay. That's about what we got.
Let me send this over to them, then we'll go ahead and take a vote without suspension language in there. I took it out already.
You good? Yeah, it was already there. Right. Good, Johnny? Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the language by majority vote. Shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsection I through N to section 6.1 to provide the grievance committee may obtain legal counsel for assistance and advice payable by the Quapaw Nation. Approval from the business committee shall not be required. The grievance committee shall follow the procurement policy of the Quapaw Nation. J, the grievance committee shall create policies and procedures for the grievance committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The grievance committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. If the grievance committee finds cause for a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the grievance committee shall request the chairman to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Should the chairman fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, then the business committee may call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Should the business committee fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the grievance committee shall have the authority, after acquiring legal counsel's supporting opinion, to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting for the purpose of hearing and acting upon grievances or complaints so long as 30 days' notice is given to the members of the Quapaw Nation directly by certified mail or appropriate publicity by social media, print, and broadcast media to the major neighboring communities. The grievance committee shall make their determination no later than 60 days after filing of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice of the allegation and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses in his or her defense. The accused may retain a lawyer at his or her own expense. The Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the member or members for cause from office immediately or clear them of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council's decision is final and not appealable to any court or tribunal. In addition to their grievance procedure, the grievance committee may submit a grievance complaint and any relevant information it obtains to the tribal prosecutor for prosecution. In the notice given to the members of the Quapaw Nation, the 30-day notice will include the grievance committee's investigative report, including their determination. The Quapaw Indian Council is not obligated to act on that determination, reserves the right to come up with its own determination and recourse. One second on that, we're missing a section. Yeah, under J. Okay, a portion that we left out on item J, I would like to reread this as to amend my request. Item J would read in whole, the grievance committee shall create policies and procedures for the grievance committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The grievance committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures, subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. The policies and procedures shall include provisions for reprimand, censure, removal from office, grievance committee member suspension, grievance committee member removal.
A second, the language is read.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Now we're going to move into discussion on the matter.
Which one are we voting on, the whole thing?
Any discussion?
Is this a vote on the whole section?
Yes. It's a vote on the whole section.
All right, I still have a question of, are you binding yourself to send certified mail to everybody in the nation?
No.
Yeah, it still has to come here to get approved.
What does it say?
He's seeking clarification on the mail, whether it's limited to just certified for notice. Scroll down.
Or scroll down. There. 30
No,
days.
what I'm asking is why would you bind yourself to send certified mail to everybody in the nation? $12,000, but a lot of them under 18 couldn't even vote at general council.
Two votes. We were gonna do two votes. One was certified, one
I
was.
think we're all getting a rum dum or something.
Yes, we changed that, but I'm saying the certified is part of the evidence. He doesn't want certified.
So the language that we chose was to, instead of saying and, that we said or, certified mail or these other avenues. So we're not bound to certified mail, but it also leaves opportunity for somebody, if I wanted to receive a certified notice, I could request that from the business committee or whoever, and it's documented that it's allowable for me to receive certified mail in that regard. But we're not locked to it, so with saying or, we can still do our mainstream media ways.
Roman, Callie Bowden, could you possibly put certified mail, regular mail, and then continue on? And one more thing, it was up in the previous paragraph and it was discussing, can you scroll up?
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if we could add just one more line of language, a little bit more.
By certified regular mail or appropriate.
Right there. The policies and procedures shall include provisions for reprimand, all that line right there. Could you add possibly shall include but not limited to? That way, if there's something that we can't think of today, we could possibly add it later.
Does that work?
That's perfect, thank you.
Okay, one more time.
Before you go to that, I have Linda Valier, just trying, need
Yes,
something
Linda.
for a clarification. In the sentence in J there, the policies and procedures shall include, but not be limited to, provisions for reprimand, censure, removal from office. Grievance committee member, suspension. Grievance committee member, removal. Are we saying in that sentence that the grievance committee can suspend or remove themselves? Because that's what it looks like.
That would need to be approved by general counsel, but we would like to have a provision if a grievance committee in some way is out of order, that they can be removed. And so we're asking for them to include a provision that speaks to that.
So the grievance committee can suspend or remove themselves.
Not necessarily. That needs to be passed through general counsel, through their policies and procedures. What we're asking is in their policies and procedures document that they include some information on suspension of a grievance committee member for any reason. And that then would have to be approved by general counsel, as we're saying, or amended by general counsel. So it would ultimately be up to general counsel to approve that method. But we're not saying right here that the grievance committee can suspend themselves.
That's the confusion with that sentence, though. Should we be talking about the business committee member or the grievance committee member?
We're talking about the grievance committee. Currently, there are no policies and or procedures or methods to rectify anything or any, I guess, animosity within the grievance committee, and there needs to be, right? There needs, if somebody just decides not to show up, they could not show up. They could be elected and not show up for any meeting for 2 years, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, so this is completely separate from the grievance committee having any authority over what their determination is over the business committee. This is something that's totally new. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just needed that clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to?
Should that not be in the governing resolution and not in the grievance committee's policies and procedures? It's just a question.
Also,
So why don't you just parse out the language that separates, similar to what Linda was alluding to earlier? Because I do think it deserves its own separate section and separate treatment for those members.
Also, just to bring, this is Barbara Kaiser Collier, to bring to your attention, there's only 3 members on the grievance committee, and unless the amount of members is increased, that would be very unfair because oftentimes could be 2 to 1, and if they wanted to oust someone, that would be very simple to do. Not that anybody'd ever want to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you,
in
Barbara.
section-
Just a point of information on that. At our last meeting, this body approved item number 8, which reads, by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend section 6A of the governing resolution regarding the grievance committee by striking the language consisting of 3 persons of Quapaw Indian blood and replacing it with consisting of 5 persons of Quapaw Indian blood. So we do have a measure that's going to be on the ballot for that. All right, let's try this one last time. One more time. Might not be the last. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the language by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsection I through N to section 6.1 to provide the grievance committee may obtain legal counsel for assistance and advice payable by the Quapaw Nation approved from the business committee. Approval from the business committee shall not be required. The grievance committee shall follow the procurement policy of the Quapaw Nation. The grievance committee shall create policies and procedures for their grievance committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The grievance committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. The policies and procedures shall include but not be limited to provisions for reprimand, censure, and removal from office. Please include "and" on that. And I should be wearing my glasses. Oh, that's much better. Okay, if the grievance committee finds cause for a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council, the grievance committee shall request the chairman to call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. Should the chairman fail to call the special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council, then the business committee may call the special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. Should the business committee fail to call the special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council, the grievance committee shall have the authority, after acquiring legal counsel's supporting opinion, to call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council for the purpose of hearing and acting upon grievances or complaints, so long as 30 days' notice is given to the members of the Quapaw Nation directly by certified mail, regular mail, or appropriate publicity by social media, print, and broadcast media to the major neighboring communities. The grievance committee shall make their determination no later than 60 days after the filing of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice of the allegation and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses in his or her defense. The accused may retain a lawyer at his or her own expense. The Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the member or members for cause from office immediately or clear them of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council's decision is final and not appealable to any court or tribunal. In addition to their grievance procedure, the grievance committee may submit a grievance complaint and any relevant information it obtains to the tribal prosecutor for prosecution. In the notice given to the members of the Quapaw Nation, the 30-day notice will include the grievance committee's investigative report, including their determination. The Quapaw Indian Council is not obligated to act on that determination and reserves the right to come up with its own determination and recourse.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Into discussion. Mr. Glass. Okay.
I have discussion. Can you go back to K for me? This is J.R. Matthews. Under K, you've asked for the chairman or the business committee to call a special general counsel. You don't put a time limit on them, but you're putting a time limit on the grievance committee. So do they have a day, a week, a month, a year?
What do you think?
I think an appropriate amount of time would be at least a week to respond. The chairman would have a week. If he doesn't respond within the week to give his answer or her answer, then the business committee would then also, they can call a special business committee meeting. If they don't do that within the week, then you go to the BIA. But how quickly they react, we don't know. But I'm just saying that we need time limits put on people and make it substantive.
Michael?
I am also wondering why we are even bothering to allow it to go to those two other groups before the grievance committee. Because this kind of implies that the grievance committee is subsidiary to those rather than an independent body. I think the grievance committee should be able to directly call without appealing to the business committee at all.
Whenever, one second, Kelly, I just want to speak to that really quick. And then, whenever we formulated this, we discussed the privilege of our business committee and that we're trusting them to have, that we make requests to the chairman because it's the right thing to do, right? The chair is the dignitary of our body. And that privilege should reside with the chairman to make. Now, if the chairman is in question and they deny that opportunity, then of course it goes to our other elected officials, our other dignitaries, to make that large decision that carries so much depth and weight to it, right? To start a big process in motion. So that's why we decided that it's like, no, we'll follow the chain of command on this. But if still there's either they're in cahoots with each other or whatever else, we still have that opportunity to say, it's like, all right, we know that this should happen. We have the support of legal counsel that says, hey, you're in the right. We're going to go ahead and call this as the grievance committee, right? So that's why it's set up in that structure.
So it's more of a political courtesy than an actual policy need.
Our current resolution
respect
states,
and the right of privilege, yeah.
the current resolution states that's how the steps should be followed. So this is something that's been in place since 1958.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was listening over here.
Where's my pen?
And you have something in your mouth. What were you trying?
I said the governing resolution from 1958 states that these are the steps that should be followed, with the exception of the time periods, correct?
Sort of. What we're doing with this is we're removing the Bureau of Indian Affairs for permission to do this. And we're replacing it with the grievance committee our trust in the grievance committee, and we're asking the grievance committee to protect themselves from any recourse by getting a legal opinion that says, hey, in fact, we support you. So other than that, though, that is the chain. It would go to the chairman to make the request. Then the business committee could also compel the chairman to call the business or call the meeting. The business, I don't think that the business committee, I need to read this. I don't think that the business committee actually has the authority. They have the authority to compel the chairman to do it, though. Are you sure? Special meetings of the Quapaw Indian Council may be called at the discretion of the chairman and shall be called by him at the request in writing of the majority of the tribal business committee or by written request of 30% of the members of the Quapaw of the general council. So the special meeting from that language, it's saying that the business committee has to request the chairman to do it. What we're saying is the business committee can do it without the chairman, if the chairman fails to call it. Right. That's what I'm saying, but not to call it themselves, right? Mm-hmm. So those are the changes to it. Yes, Callie.
Okay, Callie Boughton. I've got two things just to add. One is in response to JR's, where he stated that 7 days shall be given. Possibly word that to where, a determination will be made within 7 days and the meeting will be called in X amount of days, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, based on notification, but to ensure that feet are not being drug and getting the special meeting done, if we could add an additional,
Yes.
on there. And the other one is when it discusses how the business committee member can obtain their own lawyer. We've got several policies in the tribe that talk about indemnification. So I would like to propose, if that BC member has been cleared from general counsel, that they are indemnified and they can receive their legal counsel bills paid. Just consideration. Thank you.
This is Tyler in the back. I've got Kelly on Zoom who's got a question. Is there or could there be a section to include someone who abuses the grievance procedures that they should be reprimanded, fined, or made not eligible to hold office in the future?
One more time, I'm sorry, we had a side discussion happening here.
Sorry about that. So basically, could there or is there a section to include someone who abuses the grievance procedures that they should be reprimanded, fined, or made not eligible to hold office in the future?
There is not. Yeah, I think that could also be a part of the grievance committee policy that we include with that. I mean, well, we took it off for sake of clarity, but we know that those sections are needed to be addressed, right? And if we compel the grievance committee to create that policies and procedures, I highly encourage everybody with these ideas to participate in that, because that's precisely what we're asking of them to do, is to come up with the things like that.
Good, thank you.
Roman.
Within 7 days here.
I knew it was back on. I'm sitting here, I'm like, why is it such cold air blowing back on? Because they don't know how to turn it off. I can't believe it. Oh, there ain't even enough people in here for there to be hot air in here. Besides hers, but it's just confined. You know that's a lot.
If he fails to respond, then business committee request from the business committee on.
So a response.
Committee request. Response what we expected.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's start. This is actually, I think, the end.
Right.
this should come after all that.
And
But we don't want the grievance, we don't want them to take 6 months to.
No, we want to give them all 5
right,
days.
you want to
5
give
days.
each layer 5 business.
Each
You
layer.
give the chairman 5 business days, you give the C 5.
But then what I'm saying is we need, so this is good, we got that. Say now is that they, that the, no, we can't have them call for a meeting.
Right.
If
Now we're speaking to the global,
yes,
so
that's what I'm saying.
from each time, from no matter if it's or the chairman, all have to call the business. One of them.
Right. But what we're saying, so that if we're on the grievance, goes, hey, we need a meeting. Well, I'm still thinking about it. No, we give him 5 days.
That's what Roman's saying. Roman's saying 60 days.
Well, we give him a 5-day business
The
day
special
to
meeting of the
respond.
Quapaw Indian Council shall be within 5 business days of the grievance committee's request. So the grievance committee is requesting.
We're
He's got
requesting an
5 days.
answer.
If
Yeah.
he doesn't get it, we're going to.
Right.
Got
We're
5
giving
days.
each layer
You
5
have 5
days,
days.
and
All right.
then,
All right.
then
So
we're
that
calling
rule's
it
good.
with our.
Now we're talking about the time frame. Okay? Are you back with me?
Yes.
All right. Now they need to be called within. Let me say that. Let's just say the special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council shall be later than 60 days from its announcement. From its announcement. There's a request.
Right, but we need to show that we're requesting both layers, requesting 5 days from the chairman. Turns us down, 5 days from this one. Don't you think that's a layer, that's how we're going?
I think it says it, but
I'm clear with it.
Saying we don't need it. Because you got 60 days no matter what it is. We'll get rid of these two? Well, no. Make a suggestion. It says special Quapaw 5 days. The goal is not, the goal is how soon is it? That's what the goal is. How soon is the meeting, right? It is both.
to respond. But they have to respond.
5 business.
5 business.
But you gotta give 30 days notice.
And we
So
got
so that technically only
and that
gives,
gives us 2 weeks.
that gives them 30 days to run through their stuff. But if you're talking 45 days, then you call the man. Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's good. So, special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council shall be announced. 5 days. Take the first month off, or actually, say the business committee and the chairman and the business committee have 5 calendar days
grievance committee's request to respond. That's what I was really wanting to get in there. Yeah. Each layer is given.
Or from the grievance committee's initial request.
You say initial request, I don't think you need to say.
I think if we tell them there's gonna be a break after this, they'll come back. That's what people are at.
I think if you give everybody a break, got a couple more hours in us. I think looking at this room, better give everybody a break. So maybe that. Let's see how many votes we get. Their request to call special. How about just to call special? Hold on. Chairman, we each have 5 minutes. This request to respond.
That might be coming here.
Your intent is, yes, 5 minutes to call.
We have a response to call the meeting.
What? Call special meeting. Instead of respond.
Call special meeting with Quapaw Indian Council. B.
Yeah, it's good. All right, so now we've got, this is actually started. O and P, and then this will be started. We'll only have O and P.
Right, so this, so we're knocking the O off, right?
Okay,
But
damn it. One more time. To the top, please. Mr. Chair, I move to accept the language that reads, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsection I through N to section 6.1 to provide. The grievance committee may obtain legal counsel for assistance and advice payable by the Quapaw Nation. Approval from the business committee shall not be required. The grievance committee shall follow the procurement policy of the Quapaw Nation. The grievance committee shall create policies and procedures for the grievance committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The grievance committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. The policies and procedures shall include but not be limited to provisions for reprimand, censure, and removal from office. If the grievance committee finds cause for a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council and grievance committee shall request the grievance committee shall request the chairman to call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. Should the chairman fail to call the special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council, then the business committee may call the special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. Should the business committee fail to call the special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council, the grievance committee shall have the authority, after acquiring legal counsel supporting opinion, to call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council for the purpose of hearing and acting upon grievances or complaints, so long as 30 days' notice is given to the members of the Quapaw Nation directly by certified mail, regular mail, or appropriate publicity by social media, print, and broadcast media to the major neighboring communities. The grievance committee shall make their determination no later than 60 days after the filing of the grievance. The chairman and business committee each have 5 business days from the grievance committee's request to call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. The special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council shall take place no later than 60 days from the grievance committee's initial request. The Quapaw Indian Council will initial request to the chairman.
Request the chairman?
Yes. to call a special meeting. To call a special meeting. Of the Quapaw Indian Council. Thank you. The Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice of the allegation and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses in his or her defense. The accused may retain a lawyer at his or her own expense. The Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the member or members for cause from office immediately to clear them of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council's decision is final and not appealable to any court or tribunal. In addition to the grievance procedure, the grievance committee may submit a grievance complaint and any relevant information it obtains to the tribal prosecutor for prosecution. In the notice given to the members of the Quapaw Nation, the 30-day notice will include the grievance committee's investigative report, including their determination. The Quapaw Indian Council is not obligated to act on that determination and reserves the right to come up with its own determination and recourse.
Second.
So I'll accept your motion to amend the main motion as well as your second, Johnny. Any discussion? Hearing none, election committee, we'll move it to you for the vote.
Since it's been a delay since we've had our last opportunity to vote, please check your voting devices and make sure that they are on. If not, you'll need to repower them on. The voting will commence. 15 seconds remain. Voting has ceased.
Okay, with 80% in the affirmative to change the Amendment 12, we are going to proceed, and I'm going to turn it back over to Roman to take up the next language change.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where's John? Linda, I'm going to walk this language by you first, okay? What my understanding of your request is that we modify Section J to read, the Grievance Committee shall create policies and procedures for the Grievance Committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The Grievance Committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. This is the part that would be amended. The policies and procedures shall include but not be limited to provisions for reprimand, censure, removal from office, and suspension. Does that mean what your intent is or request is?
Thank you. My concern is that there be some kind of verbiage to be able to protect general counsel and the business committee and the grievance committee, where if there's an egregious findings with someone on the business committee, that we at least suspend them during the interim of the determination of those findings until general counsel makes their final decision. That way, there's nothing can be done to further damage and create more issues.
There he goes, John.
Johnny.
Does that make sense?
So what we're saying is if there's irrefutable evidence, in a sense.
Basically, yes. We don't want them to be able to continue to do anything because they've been notified. At that point, they've been notified that there's going to be a special counsel, that they're being investigated. They're being told you need to seek your own counsel because you're basically going to be put on trial with general counsel. So we don't want them to have any time to do anything to cover up what they did with the information there or to continue to do any further damage while they're in office. It's just a simple suspension, and it can be a suspension with pay.
She said water, but I'll get you a Coke.
Because we're Linda, do you want to make a suggestion of the language that you're proposing?
Yes, I'm not exactly sure how to word it for the legalese. But basically that in order to protect a tribe, that if there is an egregious findings by the grievance committee, that they may have the authority to suspend the business committee or the business committee member until such time that the general council meets and presents their own findings and determinations, whatever their decision is.
There's also one more thing that I want to address on this. Okay, Linda, the language that we came up with on this is to include removal from office and suspension with pay for actions the grievance committee determines egregious until such time that a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council takes place.
I think that looks acceptable.
Okay, and I've made an additional change to section L, where before it said the Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice to the grievance committee, will give the accused notice of the allegation, because they are the representative of the tribe in that position.
That appears to be appropriate.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move to amend the aforementioned amendment to read in section J, the grievance committee shall create policies and procedures for the grievance committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The grievance committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. The policies and procedures shall include, but not be limited to, provisions for reprimand, censure, removal from office, and suspension with pay for actions the grievance committee determines egregious until such time that a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council takes place. Also, to amend section L in the first line to read, the grievance committee will give the accused notice of the allegation and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses in his or her defense.
Okay.
I second as read.
I think I'm going to rule that it's an improper motion, and further clarification should be afforded to this vote, and I'd like to do them separately. You agreeable to that?
Yeah.
So I'll take a motion to amend the main motion that includes your language change of section J now.
Okay. And then the other one following.
Yep.
Okay.
So I have that motion.
Yes.
Do I have a second? Okay, we have
Will
a
you
second.
withdraw your second? Will you withdraw your second so I could amend?
I withdraw my second.
I withdraw my motion, and I would like to make a motion to amend section, Johnny? No, scroll, please.
So we're still in the main motion.
Johnny, scroll it, please. Or the other way, Johnny, scroll, please. The other way. Yes, there we go. To amend section L to read, the grievance committee will give the accused notice of the allegation and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses to his or her defense.
I second.
So we have a motion to amend the main motion and adopt section L as stated. Okay. Any discussion?
Yes, I have some. Ms. Barbara Kaiser Collier. In whichever motion you're talking about, if you're going to combine those two,
This is specific to language of section L. And we are in discussion on the motion to amend the main motion for the entire amendment.
well, that's not very clear. I don't.
So what
To
we're,
me-
Apologies about that. So we're splitting up a couple of different items because we believe they carry different weights. What we're discussing right now, or what's open for discussion right now, is that we're changing the language from the Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice of the allegation, and we're changing that language to the Grievance Committee will give the accused notice of the allegation, and that's it. That's all that this amendment, or that this motion is regarding.
So we're not going to vote on your entire motion then?
We will, but it's 2 steps away from where we are right now.
So there's two sections that needed further language amendment, and that's section J and section L. But because they're both significant, I requested that they be taken up separately because you may have a large number of folks who may want one and not the other. And the way that it was posed, the question that was posed was both of them were coming up for the vote.
Okay, from what I understand then, I probably have discussion on J and not L.
Okay, that'll be next.
J will be next. We're at L. Good?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? We're going to move it to the election committee for the vote.
Verify to us what section and what we are amending, just so we can get this.
This is a vote to adopt section L.
Okay. Begin voting, please.
Johnny, would you mind to highlight that? Just so people can focus on that. Just L.
1 minute
Do you
warning.
understand what I'm saying? So some people might will come by that.
Mm-hmm.
As
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. No. Did that help?
yeah,
Any
no,
clear?
it helped me. I
Okay.
just wanted to know.
Yeah, if anybody else had any questions. Thank you. Yeah, what are you doing? Still votes here?
Maybe we recess after. May need to consider adjournment. I mean, other now. I mean, clicks further now.
Voting has ceased.
Okay, with 87.5% of the vote today, that's in the affirmative for the language change to Section L of Amendment 12. Roman?
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the changed language of Section J to read in full: the Grievance Committee shall create policies and procedures for the Grievance Committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The Grievance Committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. The policies and procedures shall include but not be limited to provisions for reprimand, censure, removal from office, and suspension with pay for actions the Grievance Committee determines egregious until such time that a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council takes place.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the main motion to include Section J as well as a second. Do I hear any discussion?
Barbara Kaiser Collier again. As before, on some of the discussion, I believe a time frame needs to be set in here, even though I'm assuming that if it goes on in the document that if the chairman doesn't act, then the business committee can act, and the grievance committee, and on and so forth. But even though those that are accused, after hearing their the subject matter, there should be a time frame in order to call this special meeting. That's my opinion.
Barbara, highlighted there is the timeframes that we've already set and voted on.
Did you read that part?
Yeah, sure. The grievance committee shall make their determination no later than 60 days after the filing of the grievance. The chairman and business committee each have 5 business days from the grievance committee's request to call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. The special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council shall take place no later than 60 days from the grievance committee's initial request to the chairman to call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council.
And that goes with what you just previously read? You know, it's confusing because we don't have the same thing in front of us. So we just have to go by what you read.
So that is part of Section K that was adopted, I believe.
Yes.
And now we're working on J.
So J goes along with K.
Yes.
With the same time frame.
saying that we need a time frame to write the... Barbara, are you saying that we should have a time frame for how long it takes, or by when we should expect the policies and procedures to be written?
No, for the action to be taken. I don't know, raise that up a little bit so we can see J and K together if you can, please.
Okay, I see the dilemma here. And this was just brought up to us also earlier, that whenever we added the section for policies and procedures to be in this section, those other items got bumped down. So the J that you're seeing in your document is actually K now, and we've created a new section J, which is on the screen. My apologies for that. Probably should.
Well, yeah, like I say, it's kind of confusing when you don't have it all together, when you can't see it. Can they pull up J and K so it's both on there? Pull up the document on the screen.
Okay, the document on the screen, so J is now K on the screen. The J in your handbook is K on the screen.
So you just changed the, okay, I see. Okay, thank you. I guess that clarifies it. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, sorry for that confusion.
Any other discussion? Okay, we're going to put it to the election committee.
Actually, no, I'd like to weigh in on this, and it's really just going to repeat what I said earlier, that it is a dangerous arena to allow our grievance committee to impose suspensions without clear definition, which, you know, egregious to you might not be egregious to the grievance committee, right? And I think that whenever we ask another body to weigh in on that suspension, it does take that authority away from the general counsel. However, the grievance committee does have the authority to expedite the general counsel if there are egregious things happening. And some of those items that we may consider egregious are punishable by law already, right? That if they can be proved, and they've probably already been arrested. And then the grievance committee would have the authority to request special general counsel. The limit we are setting is within 60 days, but we also have a 30-day notice must be given. So with that breakdown of the time frame, that would still be happening, you know, within, you know, roughly 45 days. So it is on a sort of expedited course. However, I think it's way too much authority to give another subcommittee of our nation to be able to suspend a business committee member for any reason.
Okay, any other discussion? Now we'll call for the question. So, election committee? Linda, before we go to the vote, we have legal representative for the Constitution Committee who's requesting discussion.
My suggestion is this: if you step back and look at it, the election of officers is one of the greatest powers reserved to the Quapaw people. So at an election, they make their decision made clean and clear, and that shouldn't be disturbed unless there's some very egregious circumstances. So by a grievance committee of 5 people, they actually take away from the population, the Quapaw people, their intent who should serve out the full term of their office. And even though this suspension may be 30 days or 60 days or such, that really is within the province of the Quapaw people. They made their intent and decision clear. So I would suggest that you eliminate the suggestion that the grievance committee could suspend somebody based upon their decision, which really replaces the decision of the Quapaw people in election, and particularly because the General Council, the Indian Council will address that within 30 to 60 to 90 days. It concentrates the power of the Quapaw people in a 5-person committee and skews the design of their intent. I would encourage you to not have a suspension provision as an authority of the grievance committee.
Thank you. Linda?
Voting, or begin to vote, please. Voting has ceased.
Okay, we have 53.8% voting yes to include the suspension section J of Amendment 12. Now we need to take a vote for the whole amendment, so I'll entertain that motion. Oh, it's already been made and seconded. Are you sure? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. In discussion?
We're still in discussion on the main motion. That's how those amendments got made.
So I'm saying as amended, motion.
As amended.
I motion to adopt.
Yep. Well, you don't have to move. That's just how it would be.
Like it's already done. It's stated.
It's as amended. So you would just say, is there any further discussion on 12 as amended?
Okay. Is there any further discussion on 12 as amended? All right, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to the Election Commission now, Election Committee.
Okay, voting on Amendment 12 as a whole. Begin voting, please. 45 seconds remaining. Voting has ceased.
Our highest total was 115.
Can you send me the changed amendment 9?
You want me to put them all? What I've been doing is taking all that off.
What's what I thought you were doing originally? I think at 9, but it's fine. I've been moving them all over since, and I just need 9.
Just 9?
Mm-hmm. Once I noticed how you were doing it, that's when I started moving it over to my document. Thank you.
Go ahead and strike O. Did that pass?
Okay, pressing on. Oh, can you throw the numbers back up, please? My apologies. Okay, so by a number of 67.7%, that is a yes to adopt the language of Amendment 12. So now we move to 13, Roman.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Because we have moved item O to item 11, we are omitting it from the section on a section, or for O to 12. Where did we move it? Yeah, to 12. Okay, we're omitting that from this reading. Mr. Chair, I move to accept the language of number 13. By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsection M and O in your book? That's going to be different. M and O to section 6.1 to provide M. The Grievance Committee is empowered to request and receive any documents or information from every tribal entity related to any complaint, so long as it is directly related to said complaint. If in the course of an investigation, the Grievance Committee finds additional unrelated evidence of misconduct, then the Grievance Committee shall investigate said misconduct. N, obstruction of the Grievance Committee's investigation is punishable by law and or the Quapaw Nation's Code of Ethics, which may include removal from office by the Quapaw Indian Council. Quapaw Indian Council, we'll amend that.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt and a second. Now we'll move to discussion.
Earlier in discussions, Everett and Kogi both had items that we felt might fit more appropriately inside of this. Kogi, do you want to go ahead and speak to?
Yes. I thought that it should be explicit that there are penalties to not complying with the Grievance Committee. I said earlier that laws and ordinances, resolutions without a penalty or just merely suggestions, and people treat them that way. Even though it's maybe punishable by tribal law, but non-compliance, I'd like to see it more explicit, write it into the law where it says what the penalty is, and give us subpoena power. If it's well-known and published, I can nearly guarantee you'll never have to use it. But when you need it and you don't have it, that's when you see the value of it. So I'd like to suggest that we put in here penalties. I don't know what the jurisdiction is of a tribal court, but whatever it is, I'd like to see it to maximum.
I'm only thinking about his subpoena remark, empowered to request, comma, subpoena, comma. Does that do it?
Yeah, that does. Request the comma. Cuggy, we're including the language to read that the grievance committee is empowered to request, subpoena, and receive any documents or information. Does that sound okay with you on that point, the subpoena power?
I don't see that where it says subpoena. Where?
Read that line.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Now, what about penalties for non-compliance?
Okay.
Right.
In section N, we're saying obstruction of the grievance committee's investigation is punishable by tribal law. That's already a tribal code that has its own fines associated with it, along with potential imprisonment, and that's already spoken to in a legal aspect. So that's clearly against the law.
Well, I don't know if that jurisdiction changes from time to time because of federal law, but would it hurt anything to put in there what the penalties is specified in the code so that it's more clear? Because people aren't usually, don't go so far as to look up the tribal code to see how much they're endangered by not complying. Would that hurt anything to put it in there? What they might be subject to if they don't comply with reasonable requests? I'll tell you right now, in my opinion, we're being stonewalled on requests. And if you don't have any teeth, it's pretty hard to enforce. You say or you go out there and you're to investigate, but if you don't have cooperation, you don't get much investigating done.
Is that not obstruction?
Obstruction, yeah. So my question is, would there be any problem with specifying the code and the penalty that fits this tribal law that you refer to?
I think my response, or at least my 2 cents on this, would be that the Quapaw Nation Law and Order Code already encapsulates not just obstruction by business committee members, but also other acts by business committee members. And the question of what is the harm of including those rates or civil or criminal penalties would be that those are still subject to change. That codification by the business committee is subject to change. And so if that were to occur, then you'd have to come back and amend and adopt further language within this governing document. So I think a proper language would be to say is punishable under maybe not tribal law, but maybe something to the effect of is punishable by our law and order code, because that is specified in detail.
Well, that's what I just said, but so the answer, I guess, to my question is yes, it could be a problem if the law changes. Because that's what I said. I guess that's what you said.
So my understanding, Amy Kavistad.
Can you hold it up?
My understanding of all these laws that you're making, or everybody's voting on. Well, I don't want to. Anyway, Amy Kavistad, on these laws you're making, so are we having the power, or are we giving the power toward the grievance committee only?
Which power?
The power for these complaints. And then if we got complaints, the workers that work for the tribe are afraid to file signed grievances, even if they agreed with it. So how are we having any say to sign anything? I mean, you're stating here that the grievance committee investigation, well, we're all looking through things and coming up with our own conclusions. But if a person's got a grievance towards somebody and they're afraid to lose their job because they work for the tribe, what kind of law is that? If we're just letting the grievance committee. So we're giving the power back to the grievance committee? General counsel won't be able to say?
Amy, I don't see anywhere in here that removes any powers from the general counsel, that we are being explicit in giving our elected representatives on the grievance committee additional power. We're putting it in black and white for them to, so that nobody can refute that they have access to information. So our vote, our power is in our vote whenever we elect that grievance committee. Three current, hopefully 5 after the election. One of the issues I have with, and this is just I'm engaging in the discussion here, just want to be clear on that. If we were to allow punitive measures by our grievance committee, that we could essentially run into double jeopardy aspects of us bringing suit or trying somebody in a sense in our own way for something, and then that can no longer be done in a tribal court because we've already tried them for that. Okay, so I think that there's some things that could be considered in that regard, you know, as we're you know, brainstorming these authorities, that we should keep that in consideration too, because we don't want to handcuff our tribal court in being able to act either, right? We want them to be able to prosecute legally. So just want to mention that.
Any other discussion?
Call for the vote.
Okay. Now we'll turn it over to the election committee. Linda?
Begin voting, please. Amendment 13.
And this is on adding the subpoena language. Just want to clarify. I think he's correct in it. Mikkel is readjusting it, yeah.
Okay, it's reset. Please vote.
Yeah, we need a nap.
25 seconds remain. Please cast your vote if you have not. Voting has ceased.
Okay, with 81%, we're looking like a yes for the subpoena language to be adopted into Amendment 13. Roman, I'll turn it back over to you.
It's 4:45. Okay. For the sake of being expeditious. What? Oh, that's right. That's right. We got the whole vote. Mr. Chairman, I move to accept the language as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the language as amended for Amendment 13.
I second.
And now we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll turn it back over to the Election Committee now for the vote.
Begin voting, please. Voting has ceased.
All right, looks like Amendment 13 passes, is adopted with 83.3%. I'm going to turn it back over to you now, Roman. We will continue.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I'm going to jump over to number 16 and 17. We'll do 16 first and then 17. But just want to let you know I think that these could be a little more expeditious than the others. So in that regard, Mr. Chairman, I move to accept the language of item 16, Amendment 16, to read by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 9 of the governing resolution regarding account of receipts and disbursement to strike the language, and shall forward copies of the minutes of meetings to the area director and to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs.
I'll accept your motion. Do I have a second? I have a second from Virginia. Any discussion on the matter? Okay, hearing none, we're going to call for the vote. Election Committee.
Voting begin, please. Voting has ceased.
Okay, with 93.2%, we have an adoption of Amendment 16. Now we're going to keep going. Roman, if you will.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the language in Section 17 to read, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 9 of the governing resolution to replace the language, in quotes, "The accounts and records of Quapaw Tribal Business Committee and the General Council and shall be open at all times for inspection and audit by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs or his authorized representative, and provide the accounts and records of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee and any account the Secretary Treasurer is a signatory or agent of shall be open at all times for inspection by the Grievance Committee, and when necessary, a third party selected by the Grievance Committee. Expenses incurred for said inspection are to be paid for from the Quapaw Nation General Fund."
Okay. I'll accept your motion.
Second.
I have a second. We'll move to discussion. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Election Committee.
Amendment 17, begin voting, please. Voting has ceased.
Okay, with 88.5%, language for Amendment 17 is adopted. By my count, we have 2 amendments remaining. Is that correct? Plus another one. 4?
Four, including the tabled.
I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back to number 14. Mr. Chair, I move to accept the language by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council rename Section 6 to Section 6.1 and establish Section 6.2 to provide an ethics commission shall be established and be comprised of 5 Quapaw Nation members who shall be elected by nomination from the floor at the next Quapaw Indian Council and shall not include any member of the business or grievance committees. 3 members will be elected to serve a 2-year term, and 2 members will be elected to serve a 3-year term. The 2 members receiving the most votes in the initial vote will be the 2 serving the 3-year term.
Okay.
Second.
I'll accept your motion as well as the second. Now we'll move to discussion on the matter. Any discussion? Can we-
Oh, I'd like to propose an amendment to the amendment that no employees of the nation be on the Ethics Commission. Like for discussion on that.
So I think Coogie's suggestion would be most appropriate right after the word grievance committees. So member of the business or grievance committees or employees of the nation or its entities.
Yeah, I'll reiterate what he said. He would like to amend the language to include that no tribal employee be allowed to serve on the Ethics Commission either. Kogi, there was a question to your request as to why.
Well, it's too easy, in my opinion, to put pressure on employees. We've had experience with it in other areas, and my intent is to I'm going to make a motion to go back and try to reconsider another amendment that we made. These committees, well, give an example, the Grievance Committee pays $400 a month. I have to come up here and buy a room, have to pay for it, drive over 100 miles to get here, and pay someone else to work in my place because we work on Saturday. We don't make any money out of this, but if people are willing to weaken a entity by having people on there that could be manipulated for $400, just think what you could do to them if you threaten them with their livelihood. And you think it doesn't happen, but it does happen. I've seen it in many places, not just here, everywhere else. I just think it's a bad idea to put employees on this type of committees where the subject of the discipline or question might be their bosses.
This is Molly Drapo, and from what I'm getting from his statement is all Quapaw tribal employees or Quapaw Nation employees are basically unethical. We can't be trusted with anything, but yet the good outweigh the bad in the most part. And so a few that ruined it for everyone, I don't think we all should be punished. Walmart punishes us already, locking everything up. So why should tribal employees be punished on not serving on certain committees because of past behavior from past employees as tribal members? That's all. Thank you.
This is Barbara Kaiser Collier again. What she said is probably a true statement on her part, but you look at the leadership, and in the past, not always, but in the past, employees might not make the right decisions or might not be able to make a good decision, a heartfelt decision, I would say, because they fear for their job. They fear that if they make a decision in the wrong way, that they'll be punished by losing their job. And that has happened more times than you can know. So for ethics committee, now that's not on all committees because all committees don't deal with ethics, or people aren't placed in certain positions because of their job or deal with job-related ideals. But ethics does. It deals with every department in the nation. So ethically, for an employee to work, that might be, they may be fair-minded. They may not divulge any information. They may not take any action where they would be punished or fired or terminated, but then they might. So just keep in mind that no matter what your heart tells you or what your scruples are, if it's your paycheck and you're the breadwinner of your family and you have to keep your job and you want to keep it, then that may veer you in a direction that you don't want to go. Not necessarily that you would, but you might not want to. So for the ethics committee, I think that that's a good decision, what Cuggy's asking, that no nation employee be placed on there.
Jamie McNeely. I work for the nation. I work in HR. We're encouraged to hire tribal members to empower them, but then you want to limit their voice on anything else. I personally feel like that's wrong. You put them to work and then you clamp their mouth shut.
Any other discussion? You good?
Call for the question.
Yeah, it's the 14th.
Are they trying to amend it or not?
Was Cuggy mentioning changing to include no employees? And that's what it says.
Do you got no employees in there?
So it's an amendment right now. Okay. So I need to take another motion then.
Well, that's what we're voting on. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think he motioned. At least I didn't hear him. So in order to adopt, or at least take a vote on whether to adopt Cuggy's language proposal, I need a motion to accept that language. I hear a motion.
I second.
I hear a second. Any discussion on that? We'll move to a vote to adopt that language that includes the clause highlighted. Election committee.
Begin voting, please.
Because I have the final language. Yeah, basically.
Voting has ceased.
All right, now we have 68.2% voting for the language amendment to be added to Amendment 14. Now I'll entertain a motion to adopt the entire amendment as stated.
We could do that at the end. Let's take it for now. Mr. Chair, I motion to accept the language as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the language as amended.
Second.
And we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote and turn it over to the election committee.
Begin voting, please. Amendment 14. Voting has ceased.
Okay, by 81.3%, we have adopted the language for Amendment 14, and I'm going to turn it back over to Roman now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to motion that we table items 14, or item number 15, and item number 6, which still needs to be removed from the table, and adjourn for the evening. And picking those back up with our next scheduled meeting. 15 and 6, or 6 and 15, it doesn't matter. We're still in the same meeting, so if we adjourn today, it's okay that we don't remove item 6 from the table, because this meeting still has not been adjourned from October. No, 6 has to do with removing the business committee from the DDA and all other commissions. And just so everybody knows, there's a legal opinion at the front of your books in regard to that. So. They're deciding that right now.
So because we're in the same session that we'll pick back up tomorrow, just to clarify, this is an adjournment to break until that time.
I amend my motion.
Okay. What time we want to pick it back up tomorrow?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
A motion to adjourn until 9 o'clock tomorrow. Do I have a second? We have who said that? We have
Everybody.
Pick one, Weena. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'm going to call for a voice vote on this one. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Any abstention? We are recessed until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. Gunny Gay. Okay. What was his?